Hello and welcome back to my channel. I am very excited about today's video because we are going to be taking a look at your future spouse. In this part of the video, we are going to find out about who your future spouse is, get some information about the personality, maybe some significant things that they've been through, and then we're going to take a look at their first impressions of you. And then in the extended reading, we are going to get into a deeper look into what your relationship is going to be like with your future spouse, and then some information about your wedding day. So if you're interested in the extended reading, the link will be in the description. And with that said, feel free to pause the video, pick whichever card is speaking the most to you, and let's get into today's reading. Hello Pile 1 and welcome to your reading about your future spouse. This is going to be an extended reading. So in this part of the video, we are going to take a look at who your future spouse is and their first impressions of you. And then in the extended reading, we are going to take a look at your relationship, like get a little bit deeper into relationship details, and then get some information about what your wedding day might be like. So if you're interested in that, the link will be in the description. And with that said, I am actually going to start with the Astro Dice. I have pre-rolled them for you just because I wanted to, set everything up nicely on camera. So we have 3 sets of dice, and I've laid them out like this, and hopefully it is clear that, these 3 dice go together, these 3 go together, those 3 go together, but there might be cross messages, but just for clarity, I'm going to take them in sets of 3, and then we do have 3 different zodiac signs. We have Gemini, Aries, and Scorpio, and so that might be your future spouse's sun, moon, or rising, or this could just be like general information about who they are, because we do have a lot of information just in the dice here. So we have Gemini with Venus and the 3rd house. That would talk to me about somebody who really values the importance of honest and open communication, especially in relationships, especially in romantic relationships. And that might be because your future spouse might have had past connections where the communication was not good, and they might have learned some lessons about how important it is to be open and honest and expressive about your feelings. This is also somebody who, when you are in a relationship with them, you will not have to worry about what they're thinking or feeling, because they will tell you. And they would expect that same level of forthcomingness and honesty from you about how you're feeling, where you're at. This is the kind of person that if you wanted to check in about your feelings at any point, or have a conversation about the relationship, if you have concerns, if you have whatever comes up, this is the type of person who would want to talk that out with you, and won't shy away from having a more serious conversation, because relationships, they have ups and downs, and stuff comes up, and there might be both of you might have stuff in your past, and it might pop up at some point. This is your future spouse is the type of person who wants to talk that through, and would really value if you came to them with openness and honesty and vulnerability, and they would I'm getting the sense from the other dice here that they would take your confidence, if you were sharing something that made you feel really vulnerable, they would treat that with the respect and the I heard the word precious, they would take your trust as a gift, and would not abuse that. So if that's something that you might be a little bit nervous about, or if so, that's something that might have happened in one of your past relationships, if that's resonating for you, you don't have to worry about that with this person. They will never tell your secrets to anybody else. They're like a what's the expression? There's just a steel trap, and they're very easy to talk to. They're easy to get along with, and that is also coming up in some of the other dice here. But with Gemini, Venus, and the 3rd house all there together, again, that would talk to me about one of this person's core values in a romantic relationship is open, honest, clear communication, and talking about their feelings. And they want you to feel comfortable sharing your feelings as well. So that's what I'm seeing in that set of dice. And then we have Aries with Saturn and the 10th house. And for me, this I think is more related to this person's career because it's the 10th house. They, I think, have like serious boss energy. They might be self-employed or an entrepreneur, and even if they're not, they are likely in a leadership position. They might be the CEO or the founder of a company, or have like really. And I'm just seeing like with the rest of like the Scorpio messages there, it might have been easy for them to reach the top level in their career because it's part of their destiny. With Aries and Saturn in the 10th house, they're a natural born leader, and they like being in that leadership position. And with the Saturn energy there, I think they're very good at managing people and like thinking logistically. And that is something that really helps them in their career because they have that like cardinal, like let's go energy of the Aries, like that, like willing to take calculated risks, and like step out of the box in some way, which is why, I'm mentioning entrepreneurial companies or something like that. And at the same time, they have that really practical, grounded Saturn energy that is helping them kind of balance out the risk-taking energy of the Aries there, and then the 10th house associated with authority. So it is likely that this person is at the top level of their career, at the top level of their company, the founder of their own company, self-employed in some way. They're just like, they have that kind of, as I said, like they have that kind of boss energy. So that I think would be more related to what this person does for a career. And then with Scorpio, Jupiter, and the 12th house, what that says to me is, even though this is somebody who, like in romantic relationships and I think other relationships in their life, they really value being expressive and open and honest and vulnerable because that creates intimacy. I'm sorry, I was just receiving a phone call. So that might, the fact that my phone just went off, it almost never does while I'm doing readings, that might also be a signal that this person is really good over the phone. They like to talk on the phone, and they might conduct a lot of business over the phone. Like this part, with the Gemini energy here, they might be really good at with people and communicating with people, and that might be like a significant part of their job. So I just wanted to throw that in there. I'm sorry. I was talking about even though with the Gemini, Venus, third house energy, this person, when they're in a relationship with somebody, they really value, keeping open lines of communication. And, it's not like you need to share everything with this person, but it's more like when something important comes up, they would really rather just talk about it than either one of you feel like you have to, put on a brave face or whatever it is. Like they want to talk things through. And then, but with the Scorpio, Jupiter, 12th house energy, that might speak to me about somebody who is really deeply private. They have like a really rich inner world. And with the Jupiter energy there, I think that they have just like a really strong innate understanding of how their own mind works and maybe how other people's minds work, that I think really helps them connect with people, and connect with people probably also in a work setting because they just like kind of innately understand human nature. And I think they have like a deep and rich inner world, but I think that they might appear to be like a little bit detached or closed off around people that they don't know. But it's not in the sense that like they can't get along with everybody, because I think they do, and I think that might be an important part of their job is their ability to get along with people. It's that again, the boss energy of like being really good at managing other people and being around other people, and the Gemini energy there. But with the Scorpio energy, there's like a counterbalance in terms of this person might have, because they're in a prominent position in their job, they might have, sorry if I've been tilting the camera, they might have like a public persona or like a work persona that is like, it's not that it's disingenuous, but it's just that, they just have an innate understanding that when they're at work or when they're, around people that they don't know very well, it might not be safe to be like fully vulnerable around people that, you know, that they have not built a trusting relationship with. So they might keep parts of their self private, and at the same time, when they are in a relationship, like a loving, trusting, close relationship with somebody, they are very expressive, and willing to talk about their feelings. But I just get the sense there's like a division between this person's work life and their private life, and they like to keep it that way. And it could also be that if this person is in a position of prominence where other people might recognize them or know them, they might have some degree of fame or recognition, just because, again, they're like that Aries 10th house energy, they are probably at the top of their field. So that could include a certain degree of fame or recognition. It might not be safe for them to be like an open book all the time. It might not be safe for their personal relationships. They might have had experiences where they might have had past relationships that were ruined or really affected by the fact that this person might be in the public eye. And so I think that they have learned to keep their relationships and connections that are meaningful to them. They've learned to keep those things to themselves to a certain degree, like to kind of play their cards close to their chest is what I'm hearing, and what I was seeing, somebody holding cards close to their chest. So you know, but again, like once they're in a relationship, and if this is your future spouse, once they're in a relationship with you, they will open right up. And you will be able to see the depth of this person's soul, because this is a very deep person. Even though they might have a lot of more shallow connections, just because that might be really important to their job, they do have like a really deep, rich inner world, and they will be happy and excited to bring you into that world when you have developed a certain level of trust with this person. So that's what I'm seeing with the Astro Dice there, and I did want to talk about them first, just so I don't forget anything. And with that said, I am going to get into the tarot. I forget if I mentioned this at the beginning of the video, but you did choose the Light Seer's Tarot as your tarot deck, and it is one of my favorite decks. So let's see what comes out. Tell me about pile ones. Oh. Okay. Alright, that's a lot of cards. I'm going to take the first three that came out, and I will flip those over in a sec. Spirit, what can you tell me about pile one's future spouse? What can you tell me about pile one? Okay. They want to give me half the deck, so clearly your spirit guides really want to talk about this person. Alright. What can you tell me about pile one's future spouse? Spirit, please, I only need 2 more cards. Okay, we have this one jumping out. And then, okay. Do I want to take both of these? I will. So you're getting an extra card. Okay. So we have the 9 of Cups. The 8 of Swords. Ooh, the Knight of Cups. The 5 of Swords. Interesting. Okay. 4 of Wands. Beautiful. Okay, and the Fool. So, right off the bat, I'm getting the sense that there's kind of like an up-down kind of energy here in terms of this person's life experiences. I think that this, is stored, like there's a narrative here, I think, about things that have happened to this person. And then there's some information with the 4 of Wands and the Fool about their current energy and like where they're at right now. What I'm getting from the 9 of Cups, and this might not be a standard interpretation, but what's coming to me, I think, is this person has either like reached a point in their life, I think because of past experiences and life experiences that they've had, or just because of, you know, their energy here. I think that they have high standards in terms of a relationship, but it's not high standards in the sense that like it's anything based on something shallow. Like I don't think that that they want to find a partner that has like a specific physical description or characteristics, or that you know, that they have to have a partner who like makes the same amount of money as them or has like a certain level of social status. When I say high standards for a relationship, I'm talking about emotional fulfillment. Like I think they really want to be with somebody who is going to be able to kind of like meet them at their level of depth, because with that, you know, the Scorpio Jupiter 12th house energy, they have like I think like a really intense emotional side, that I think that they might be afraid with the Eight of Swords here of like giving their heart to the wrong person, because I think that might have been something that they have done before with the Knight of Cups and the Five of Swords here. I think that this might be like a hard kind of lesson that this person learned, that that it might have been like even in like one of the formative things in childhood, that it's like not safe to give their energy to everybody and expect other people to kind of like, you know, give you the fulfillment that you need, you know, especially for somebody who has this kind of like, again, it's like an intense emotional world. You know, I think that this is somebody who feels their feelings really deeply. And so they might, there might be an energy here of this person kind of, as I said, like they might have like a public persona or a work persona, or maybe it's both, or those are the same thing, where, you know, if they work in the public eye, where, you know, they keep things at an arm's length, they keep things at a more shallow level. I think they're very good at small talk, you know, they're very good at social cues, and, you know, and getting along with people, like they're really good with people. But it's because they have like an innate understanding of human nature, and like a you know, they're very intuitive and wise and able to pick up on other people's energy really easily, I think. And so that makes it easy for them to interact with people, and it makes it easy for them to have this separation where, you know, where they get along really well with all the other people in their life. But I think they have a bit of a wall up when it comes to letting people get deeper. You know, they really, I think, just need to be sure about somebody before they open up to them. So I think that might be, you know, speaking to me about somebody who, you know, if they've had these negative experiences where they might have had like romantic feelings with the Knight of Cups, but then it was romance towards toxic people, especially if they're in a leadership position, especially if they're in a public position, and especially if they're in a position where they earn a lot of money. There might have been a lot of people who came towards them, who just, they might have like lied or pretended to be as deep as your future spouse is, and they just weren't. You know, it didn't pan out that way. And so I think that your future spouse might have had their trust broken or their heart broken, maybe a couple of times, by people who again, they just couldn't match your future spouse's depth of emotion. So with the Nine of Cups here is telling me that this person, they're looking for their wish fulfillment. Like they're looking for, and this person might not be highly spiritual. We don't have information about that here. They might be, you know, we'll look at the oracle cards when they come out, but with the Saturn energy here, they have, I think, more of a practical side, even though they do have like a really deep emotional side as well. I don't know that they practice spirituality, but this Nine of Cups might be, it is like the energy of, if I'm going to manifest, I'm going to manifest my extreme soulmate. So they might be unintentionally manifesting you as their future spouse, because you know, this is your future spouse. So you would be somebody who can match this person's emotional depth. And you might also be somebody, if you are currently learning about how to communicate like in a healthy and effective way in relationships, if that is something that is resonating for you, or even if that is something that comes easily to you, that is, I think, something that this person is going to notice about you immediately, and it's going to draw them towards you. And I think that this might be the case where you might be if this is resonating, only take it if it resonates. You might be a little bit more emotionally open than this person, but I think that they're just going to recognize you as somebody who communicates honestly, and like it brings a genuine energy. And because they have like such an innate understanding of other people's energy, I think that's going to be very attractive. You know, and we will get into like their first impressions of you in the next part of the reading, but that was just something that was coming out as well. And then the Eight of Swords here is interesting. You know, I was talking about a narrative with these first 4 cards here. In the Eight of Swords, like the shorthand that I use for this card is fear. You know, it can talk about when our fears hold us back. Because you can see on this card, this person is sitting here and they're looking in the mirror, and in the mirror, which is not the real reality, but in the mirror they're seeing that they're tied up, you know, and they're blindfolded and trapped, but it's not real. That's not the real reality. So it's a way in which our perceptions and our thoughts can make us feel trapped or stuck, and we can interpret that as our fears of being trapped or stuck, and that is what is keeping us in place. When in reality, we have the freedom to move around and make choices and do whatever we want, but there's a message here about when fear holds us back. And so that was one of the reasons I was giving the interpretation of, you know, this person's looking for their wish fulfillment. Like they want the top level of emotional fulfillment. They're not willing to settle anymore. They might have at one point been willing to settle, but not anymore. They don't want a shallow relationship. They don't want a relationship with somebody who doesn't know how to communicate, who doesn't know how to express their feelings, who's manipulative, who's just after them for their money or social status or whatever. They want a deep emotional connection. And I think that it's not, maybe not necessarily fear, but I think that's like they don't want to, like they're willing to take steps to avoid being trapped or caught up in a situation with something that they don't want. Like it's even talking to me about like this person recognizes that they have the freedom to walk away from anybody who's not coming towards them in the right energy, who just wants to kind of lock them down into a relationship without, you know, being genuine about it or bringing their own emotional stuff to the relationship, if that makes sense. Because I'm getting the sense that that is something that has happened to this person before, again, because of the next 2 cards that we have here. The Knight of Cups, a very romantic card. You know, it's like giving a romantic offer to somebody, or like showing up, you know, with like genuine feelings, you know, and I think that this person, like this is just something that happened to them that kind of put them in this energy where they're like, again, I'm not going to be locked into anything unless it's exactly what I deserve. And not in like, again, it's not necessarily in an arrogant way. It's more just like this person, I think, because they're feeling so deeply, they've been badly hurt by people trying to take advantage of them, or, you know, whatever is going on here. Like they have genuinely in the past showed up with like I think they have a real romantic side, and especially with the Four of Wands here, like I think they really like the parts of relationships where they can express their love and feelings. And being in relationships, you know, with the Venusian energy here, they really like, again, and being in relationships where they feel like they can openly express their feelings, whether that's through romantic gestures. You know, this could be that, you know, gifts or acts of service might be one of this person's major love languages. And they want to be, you know, in a relationship with somebody who not only appreciates that, will also give that back to them, you know, who can kind of like meet that energy, you know, with their own romantic gestures, etc. So I think your future spouse is like a true romantic, and might want like all of the traditional milestones out of a relationship, that, you know, and I mean, they would be willing, obviously, to negotiate with you in terms of what you want. You know, they are your future spouse, and they do value open and honest communication. You know, even if you don't see eye to eye, like I think this person's like absolutely willing to compromise, but they want like that somebody who's willing to meet them in terms of the emotional connection. And again, it's just like this Knight of Cups is showing up as like a genuine expression of interest, bringing their genuine feelings to the table, and maybe making romantic gestures towards people. But with the Five of Swords here, it was the wrong people. You know, and it could be saying that this person has given their heart to the wrong people before, and or it could be saying that this person might have a lot of people who are interested in them. They might get a lot of romantic offers, you know, especially if they're in the public eye or they have like a prominent position, and or if they earn a lot of money in their position. Again, they might have like a lot of people who are just users or very toxic and want to take advantage of this person's big heart, because you know, I think they try to keep their heart under wraps, you know, but I think other people can tell that you know, that this person does have a big heart and a romantic side, and it's like they might have a lot of people coming towards them. They're in an energy now where they're like no, you know, if you're not my future spouse, get out of here. I don't, you know, I'm not interested. So I think that this would give me the impression, especially with the Four of Wands here, that this person is looking for you. They're looking for their future spouse. I think they're not really interested in casually dating right now, even though that might be like a kind of a counterintuitive message of having the Knight of Cups here. I just, with the other energies here, it is in context is giving me that message of like, this person is not willing to settle for anything less than like a soulmate level connection. So which is good news for you, pile one, because this is your future spouse. And so that tells me that you are going to have that soulmate level, like really deep emotional connection with this person, because that is what they are looking for. This person might have had a lot of experiences. This Five of Swords, I think, is related to past romantic connections. I think it's also related to just other connections in this person's life. They might have had a lot of experiences with really toxic people or toxic situations. They might be, with the Aries Saturn 10th house, they might be in a field or like a workplace, a work environment. You know, if they have a high-powered job, it might be in a field of work where, and maybe even like the entrepreneur scene, where there are a lot of social climbers. There might be a lot of people who are willing to do anything to achieve a certain level of status, a certain level of money. Like there might be like a lot of cutthroat, backstabbing behavior in the field of work that they have chosen to be in. And I think that this person has really learned how to avoid those people in those situations by having very healthy boundaries and by keeping their emotional world under wraps, not giving their emotional energy to everybody, but just keeping like certain things need to be kept at surface level for this person so that they can, you know, do what they need to do for their job. And at the same time, they're not giving their energy or their time or their attention to the type of people who would use their status and money, if you know, they probably do have money, but you know, if they just are not letting users or manipulative people or cutthroat, like they're just not tolerating that anymore, especially the Nine of Cups energy here. They're just, again, I think that they have a lot of experience with people, and they also, as I was saying, have just an innate understanding of human nature, and I think that really helps them use their discernment in terms of people coming towards them in the wrong energy. So I think they've had a lot of experience with it, and they're really good at picking out people's energy, is what is coming through with the Five of Swords there. And then the Four of Wands, as I was saying, this might be like, you know, part of this person's core values might be like they might have like want more traditional things out of the relationship, especially, you know, the image of the Knight of Cups on this card. I love this deck. I think it's really cute. And also this person might have tattoos, because I think the figure on the card has like a full sleeve. Only take that if it resonates for you. You know, if you don't like tattoos, don't worry about it. As I always say, like, it's just cute. There's like a picnic on the beach and a full bouquet of roses, and like, oh, there's literally like a white horse in the background. Like the artwork in this deck is so cute. But that's why this is like such a romantic gestures kind of card for me. And then the Four of Wands talks about milestones, and particularly if we're talking about your future spouse, might talk about like specific relationship milestones. This is giving me the energy of somebody who again, might want to do like the traditional relationship things with you. You know, as I said, this person is very open to compromise. You know, they want that deep emotional connection. And I think that's why they're like, you know, I want to do the whole 9 yards when it comes to, you know, the traditional relationship. You know, I want to, date this person, be exclusive, move in together, get a puppy, you know, get engaged, buy a house together, and then, you know, and then have like a nice wedding. And, you know, whether that is, you know, what, you know, whatever you want out of your wedding. It might be like, and we will get some info on it in the extended reading, but it might be like a more intimate, close wedding, or it could be like a lavish affair, you know. Again, this person's open to compromise, right? But I think that, and they are your future spouse, so you will get married to this person at some point. I think they just want that celebration of the relationship and the loving closeness, and I think that they really want to celebrate those relationship milestones with somebody who they have a really deep emotional bond and deep emotional connection with. And that is what the, like this Four of Wands energy, this person is never going to forget an anniversary. They are never going to forget your birthday. They're just like, they're on it because that stuff matters to them. And so I think, you know, if we're getting some advice here, when you meet this person, or if you already know this person, you know, there might be advice here that like a quick way to kind of, you know, show this person how much you care about them would be to be also very vigilant about important milestones, important dates, sweet gestures, things like that. You know, like, you know, you might, I was just getting the impression of somebody who was like you booked the anniversary date before they did, you know, and just like surprising them with that, you know. So, and I just think that they might appreciate that, like just you know, if you, and even if like you were the one who sent them flowers, you know, if they're the one who would typically do that for you, I think that that might be something that they really appreciate. It might kind of like throw them off balance a little bit, but I think they would really appreciate that. Like I'm just getting the sense that they really like the romantic parts of a relationship and celebrating relationship milestones. So that's what I'm getting with the Four of Wands. And then the Fool energy, I think, is interesting because we have kind of like these bookends of the Nine of Cups and then the Fool of like, I think this is like this is where this person's at. You know, the Fool is definitely, I would associate that with Aries, but the Fool is like it's feeling unburdened. So I think that this person is kind of like left behind this Eight of Swords and Five of Swords energy, and they're willing to kind of like step forward. Like this person is looking for their future with somebody who can give them the emotional fulfillment that they want, and they are like willing to step forward. And with this Nine of Cups energy, there might be a message here that this person might, your future spouse might approach you first. They might be the initiator in the relationship because they might meet you, and because they have such a good, like, solid judge of character, I think that they're going to like you immediately and be interested in you. And with the energy of the Fool and the Knight of Cups, they might be the one to approach you, to come towards you, to ask you out. I think that they will express interest in you in some way. And again, like there's a message here that this person will always tell you what's on their mind, like, and not in a you know, with the Cups energy here, like they're not gonna you know, be brutally honest. They'll take your feelings into account, but they will always tell you how they feel about you, I think, is the way to put that. And the Fool is like, it's like a carefree energy of being willing to take a step forward, move towards something, start a new adventure without bringing this stuff from the past into the future. So I think this person is like really balanced. I don't think that they're closed off to new connections or new relationships. I think that they are open to new experiences. They might have like a really fun, loving side. And I just feel like they're in an energy where like they're really ready and receptive to new connections and relationships. And something that's really sticking out to me, and I wasn't going to mention it because with the again, with the like Saturn energy here, I wasn't sure if this person is practicing spirituality, but I'm being really drawn to, this looks like kind of an amethyst crystal in this person's hand, and then this crystal grid here. I'm being drawn to that as something that might be significant. And this could just be a message for you. You know, if again, I'm not sure that this person, your future spouse, would be someone who works with crystals. But if you are someone who works with crystals, particularly amethyst, might be really good at helping you manifest this connection a little bit sooner, if that resonates for you. And I'm just seeing somebody maybe wearing amethyst jewelry, or this person might have a piece of amethyst. And or this could also be saying that their birthday might be in February, because I believe that amethyst is the birthstone for February. So that might, you know, I don't know, that might resonate for somebody. But just I am being really drawn to that crystal in the crystal grid and that energy here. If that might be resonating for somebody. So I wanted to mention that. But again, this person is not afraid of taking calculated risks because they have learned how to set healthy boundaries, how to seek out what they want out of a relationship and not settle for anything less than that. They have just like good boundaries, a solid sense of who's coming towards them in a healthy energy and who's coming towards them in a more toxic energy. They have like really good discernment about people. And I think they're no longer in a place where they're gonna let themselves be kind of locked into anything. I think when it comes to like the wrong type of relationship or the wrong type of situation, if it doesn't feel right, this person is happy to walk away. And I think that that's in a healthy way, in terms of, like, again, with this Four of Wands energy, Nine of Cups energy, when this person finds you, they're going to be very committed to you because they know that you are their counterpart. You can match their energy. You're not being represented here on this Five of Swords. So I wanted to say that about the tarot cards. And with that said, I am going to move into the oracle cards. And the first card we have here is boundaries. So definitely that would confirm for me, you know, this person has probably had a lot of experiences where they have learned how to set boundaries with people. And, you know, they just have like a really deep emotional side. And so I think that, you know, it might be something that comes more naturally to them. And it might be a sense where they've always been able to set healthy boundaries with people because it just like it is an innate skill that they have. And in addition to that, it's a useful skill because they might be in a position where a lot of people have come towards them in that Five of Swords energy. And their boundaries have really served them well. And it can also be in the sense that they might have had a lot of personal relationships. This Five of Swords could even be talking about their relationship with their family or their family of origin. Like they might have had people in their life who were just not in a healthy energy. You know, they could have had a parental figure or like somebody else when they were growing up. This person, again, they feel their emotions really deeply. You know, and especially when it comes to like a relationship with a parent, it's like you already love your parents, you know, so it's like, how do you avoid that relationship? You know, this person, I think, might have had some experiences early on in life where they had to learn how to protect themselves from people who were just not healthy. And it's like, I think like a core part of their personality, but it's also in a healthy and balanced way. Like I'm not getting the sense that this person, I did say they might have a bit of a wall up, you know, a bit of an emotional wall, but again, they're just such a good judge of character that I really think that they know when a person is approaching them in the right energy or not. And when it is the right energy, they're very happy to share their energy with people who are also healthy. So I'm not necessarily getting, and with this, you know, this energy here, the Knight of Cups and the Fool, I do think this person is going to be the one to approach you first, because they have a certain sense of boldness to them, and they know when somebody is, again, they just know, they have an innate knowing of when somebody is in the right energy, a healthy, balanced energy, and they're going to know that about you. and like this person, they have a healthy boundaries. This could also just be a confirmation that if this person is in a position of prominence or power in their career or whatever, I think that that they have like a clear sense of a separation between their work life, work relationships, and like maybe like they might socialize a lot with people that that they know from work or from their community, and at the same time they have like an intensely private side where they feel a lot of their deeper emotions, and it's like I think they have a really small group of people that they really trust. Like this person might have one or two really close friends that might be part of their soul tribe, like people that they would go to war for, you know, and like a ride or die. You know, this person is a ride or die for the people who can match their energy. Let's put it that way. And everyone else, I think they keep it at arm's length, and that is healthy and it works for them. It's not in an imbalanced way. So I wanted to say that about the boundaries card. You do not need to worry about this person being codependent with you, being like either overly needy or closed off, because again, they're in a very kind of like healthy, balanced way. And then okay, yeah, we have the wasp spirit here, which says, sometimes life stings. And that would kind of also confirm for me, this is off center, sorry. That would also confirm for me the message of the Five of Swords, like, and the boundaries. Like this person has had a lot of people in their life who were just like, not in a healthy energy. I think that they might have gone through a lot emotionally. I think that they had to learn some hard lessons about cutting ties and attachments and to people and situations that were not healthy for them. This card also, it does say sometimes life stings, but there's a message here about hope, because the idea is that even though there are people out there who will intentionally violate our boundaries, who will betray us, who will backstab us, you know, there are people out there like that who are operating out of their shadow side and have like really negative intentions. There, you know, it's my belief that there are people in the world who are evil, so like there's a message of this card that even though sometimes life stings, it is almost always an opportunity for growth when bad things happen, when people are in a negative energy, when relationships fall apart, when somebody betrays us, when something happens that is outside of our control. It can really hurt, and I think it does hurt this person pretty deeply in the past when this has happened. Like I think now they have strong enough boundaries and discernment that they don't really get into those kinds of situations very often, but like this person feels things so deeply that I think it really hurts when it happens, but they've taken the opportunity to learn from that about how to set healthy boundaries, and they've seen, you know, that even when things don't work out the way that we might have wanted them to, there is usually a purpose, there's usually a lesson. There's usually something we can learn or gain from that situation. And that might also be a mindset that they bring to them in their workplace with that Saturn energy there of like, there's like a practicality to that. You know, that sometimes we experience setbacks, sometimes problems or obstacles come up, and instead of shutting down or you know, or going like, woe is me, you know, how did this happen? You know, this person I think is like, okay, this obviously is not the ideal situation. What can we do about it? How can we problem solve this? You know, how can we take the lesson here and apply it to the future? How can, you know, there's that energy of like, even though things have not always gone right for this person, especially in their interpersonal relationships, they've taken that and learned from that. And I think that they have like a positive outlook on that, even though it hurt them deeply. And I also want to point out the 64 on this card reduces to 10, which reduces to 1. And that is an energy that would be associated with Aries. And it's also the energy of 10 being the end of a cycle and 1 being the beginning of a cycle. So I think this person has gone through cycles like this, and I think they've closed out the part of their life where they felt scared or trapped, or like they were attached to people they couldn't get away from, and where they had these negative toxic energies in their life. They've moved on from that. They're now in this Fool energy of the beginning of a cycle, starting a new adventure, and being in this kind of like, this person is open, and they're also in a healthy energy of protecting their own energy, if that makes sense. And then we have, okay, we have the first quarter moon in Leo, which says be humble. With the Leo energy here, I would associate this with somebody who, this would make sense for me in terms of somebody who has like a really big social group, even though I'm getting the impression this person has only a handful, like a very few people that they actually feel really close to, that they actually reveal their full depth of emotion to, but they probably do have a very big social circle in terms of their acquaintances and people that they get along with and people that they're like friendly with, so that's what I would see there. And then with the be humble, I think that is talking to me about this person, again, is probably in some sort of leadership position, probably in a prominent position, because that's part of their life's path. That's part of their destiny. They're really good at, as I said, like managing other people. So I think it was like really easy for them to climb the ranks. And something I forgot to mention about this kind of like scorpionic energy here, and especially Scorpio in relation to Jupiter, is this person probably also has a really magnetic personality. They're probably very charismatic. And I think that's something that comes easily to them. And I think that might be a reason why, if we have this interpretation of the Knight of Cups where they might get a lot of romantic offers, I think they're just like, their energy is really attractive. And I think that they probably have achieved a lot in their career so far, just because it's like something that just comes so naturally to them. They have a lot of things here that are working in their favor in terms of their career. But they're not egotistical about it. With this be humble here, they have not let that go to their head and like kind of give them like a overblown sense of self, or like there's a message here that I think also, because they've had to deal with so many people who are in this Five of Swords energy, they're like, I never want to be like this. I think this person is very careful not to ever step into this kind of cutthroat energy of like achievement at any cost. I think that they really value their own humility and understanding that, yes, there are things, they have a lot of natural talents, there's things that they're very good at, and they have capitalized on that in terms of their career, and at the same time they understand that there are also things that they're not so great at. They also have flaws, and everybody has flaws. Everybody has weaknesses. We all have stuff that we're working on. But I think this person, again, just has like a very balanced sense of who they are, and I think they're confident, and they're also humble. Like, there's a connection with this Nine of Cups, like not settling for less than they deserve. But it's like through a series of bad relationships that they've learned that. And again, like they know that they deserve to be with somebody who can meet them on their own emotional level, but it's not because they have to have like the best of everything all the time. If that makes sense, it's more just like they know that they deserve to have the level of emotional fulfillment out of a relationship that they would bring to the relationship. And then I do want to also mention this card has the sacral chakra on it, and there's a connection here. I think the colors here, I'm just being drawn, there's the colors here, and then this person is also meditating. This, again, I was getting a sense that this person might not be highly spiritual. They might do a meditation practice just because it's helpful for their mental health. Like they might do like the Sam Harris podcast. I don't know what it's called. That might be part of like the way that they get ready for the day, just to kind of quiet their mind for a little bit. But I think they're also really connected with their sacral chakra, which is connected with creativity, your emotional world, and sexuality. And so this might be also be saying you might have a strong connection with this person in the sacral chakra, which is really good for, you know, your intimate life. And it's also talking to me about like emotions and a depth of emotion. This person is very connected with their emotional body. And again, they feel things so deeply that I think they've had to learn how to have really strong boundaries, because you know, it's really easy for them to be very hurt when things go wrong in a relationship. And I think that that's also why they value communication so highly, so that there's no misunderstandings, you know, there's you know, no trickery or anything like that. Like they're like really genuine, open, honest communication is so important to this person, because they understand how easy it is to hurt somebody else because they've been hurt, you know, and they feel their feelings so deeply. They're so connected with their inner emotional body, which is a healthy energy. That's a healthy place to be. So I wanted to mention that. And then we have the Advocate archetype, which says, inspires you to put compassion into action. And then there's somebody on this card planting a tree. So that might talk to this, or maybe something that this person is passionate about. This might be related to their job. They might work in like environmental conservation. They might have some sort of like eco-related job. They might be like they might, if they're an entrepreneur, they might have started a company that's involved in helping the environment in some way. That might be something that is important to them. Or otherwise, this could just be saying that they do have like a passion for advocacy. And this might also be taught, you know, if this person is in a prominent career, it might be a public figure of some sort, they might be into politics, or, you know, if they're a public figure, they might just be like really known for having really strong views on different aspects of like social welfare that really they feel very passionate about. I think also this person really likes to champion a cause or another person, or like they feel strongly about things. They might have like a really strongly developed sense of justice, and I think they bring that into whatever they do for their career. And I think that you can also, when you're in a relationship with this person, you can trust them to always have your back. Like they're again, it's a ride or die sort of energy coming from this person. So your future spouse, when you are together with them, they will advocate for you. And they'll advocate for their own needs with the healthy boundaries here. They'll also really advocate for you. Like they will always be in your corner. They will always have your back, no matter what. And again, it's just like the sense of like when you are a part of this person's deep emotional world, like that you are one of the, like they're just, how do I even describe this feeling? It's like just such an intense feeling. Like you're just so important to your future spouse. It's hard to describe the feeling that I'm feeling right now, like the depth of the commitment here from this person. I'm feeling a lot of pressure in my heart chakra right now. And this card is the color of the heart chakra. You will not need to ever worry about how this person feels about you, or be confused or not know, because they will make it very clear how important you are to them. And just like your future spouse loves you, they will go to war for you. There is no doubt about that. And they might also be protective of you if they are in the public eye, if they do have, like if they've had other past relationships that were highly scrutinized, that might have like really put a lot of pressure on the relationship. They might keep your relationship private just because it's so important to them, and they don't want anything that's going to come in the way of your emotional connection. And I think that they're like really highly protective of you and of your relationship. So that's something that's coming through with this Advocate card. And then the other, something I forgot to mention is it does mention the word compassion. So I think that, again, this person is very compassionate because they do have that, that there's like deep connection to, like, it's just an innate understanding of other people, and a deep connection to their own emotional body. And I think that they feel really strongly about the things that they care about, and that could include social issues, because they have a strongly developed sense of empathy. They're very empathetic, and they feel a lot of compassion for the causes and people and things that are meaningful for them. So that's coming through. And then we have Shapeshifter, which says skill at navigating through different levels of consciousness, ability to see the potential in everything. And something that's coming out immediately is that the Shapeshifter energy with the Scorpio energy, and especially like Scorpio with Jupiter in the 12th house, definitely I would see this as being very connected to that. It says skill at navigating through different levels of consciousness, which might be a confirmation that this person does meditate. And again, they might meditate more for their mental health than in terms of a spiritual connection, but they could, you know, with if they do work with crystals, they might practice spirituality. There might be something that helps them balance their very practical worldview in terms of the work or their job, that they might have to be very practical at work. And then they might find that meditating and spirituality really kind of helps them stay grounded, if that resonates. And with ability to see the potential in everything, that again is speaking to me about like the connection between Jupiter and the 12th house, and with Scorpio of like the 8th house connection of seeing things that are hidden, or you know, like behind a veil, or, you know, seeing things that the people don't usually talk about. This person is just really good at feeling they're really good at just like conceptualizing things, in terms of like they can look at a situation and make connections that other people just don't see. And that's an innate ability that they have. And I think that might be something that really helps them in their job and whatever they do for work. They just have like a higher level of understanding, that I think it helps them kind of like wear many different hats, fill many different roles, and like see the potential in everything. Like they can see things that other people just can't see. And it's also kind of confirming for me that this person probably has extremely good discernment in terms of relationships with other people, because they just have like a really strong internal radar when it comes to other people's energy and picking up on other people's energy. So that's what I'm seeing in the first part of the reading about like who your future spouse is. So that's where I'm going to leave this pile one, and then we are going to get into their first impressions of you. All right, pile one. So I'm going to start with your oracle cards, and we're going to get a look at your future spouse's first impressions of you. Okay, so we have the Bee Spirit, which says, sweet results await. And this is very cute. And I want to point out that we have the Bee Spirit as their first impression of you, and then we have the Wasp Spirit as representing their energy. So that would speak to me about, like, because they're in like the same family, I think, of animal, you know, that this person does see you as a counterpart, and this is their first impression of you. So again, like, I just think they're immediately gonna have a feeling about you. I think that they're immediately going to recognize, because they do have such good judge of character, good discernment about people and their energy. I think they're immediately going to recognize that that there is a connection between you, that you do have a lot of things in common. This could even be saying, again, I just heard core values. Like you might have the same or similar core values that might come through as something that this person recognizes about you immediately. And then the message of this card, first of all, it's like a very kind of a hopeful, cheerful energy with the Bee Spirit. It says sweet results await. This is talking about trusting the universe to provide abundance, that you know, that there are like miracles and magic around every corner, and it also talks about just having like an innate understanding of the interconnectedness of all things, and there's a spirituality message here, and in particularly, I think that this person does recognize your connection to your own spirituality and to spirit, and the kind of like the interconnectedness of energy. So again, like this, I think this person just will pick up on your energy immediately and be very attracted to you because they see you as a counterpart. I think that in their first impression of you, you know, however you meet, whatever the context is, I think they will see you as somebody who is cheerful, hopeful, bright, sunny. Those are things that are coming through. They might see you as somebody who is very sweet, and if that, you know, however that resonates, and at the same time, you know, a bee does have a stinger, just like a wasp does, but a wasp, I think they're more aggressive. Wasps are a little bit more aggressive than bees are, particularly a honeybee. I think that is my understanding that bees, particularly like the big fuzzy honeybees, like the really kind of slow moving fuzzballs, they usually don't attack humans unless they are provoked, like unless you're attacking their hive or something. Whereas I think with wasps, they're aggressive. Like they will sting you just because you're there. You know, that's my understanding. But that, you know, I'm not going to say that your future spouse is like that, because that wasn't really the message of the card. But they might see themselves as being a little bit more assertive than you. If that like they might see you as being a little bit sweet, a little bit shy, but still very kind of like a cheerful energy. They see you as being very connected with spirit. That might be something that comes through immediately, even if you're not like expressing your spirituality at that time. They just feel immediately connected to your energy. They also might have an immediate first impression that, and we did have with the Knight of Cups and the Fool, I was getting the sense that this person is going to approach you. They just might be naturally a little bit more assertive than you. They might see you as being a little bit more reserved or a little bit shy on your first meeting, your first impression. However that resonates. But again, I think they're going to feel an immediate connection with you, and especially on a spiritual level. I think they're immediately going to recognize you as a spiritual counterpart, because this card is also number 7, which is a number that is very connected with spirituality. And I think that one of the reasons why they feel such an immediate deep connection with you is because they recognize you as a soulmate, and they recognize you as somebody who's bringing the same level of emotional depth that they are. And with the 9 of Cups in the first part of the reading, that's what they're looking for. They see you as somebody who is as spiritually connected and as connected with your own emotions as they are. And I think that they find that immediately to be very attractive. And they might, the symbol of the honeybee is also about hard work. So they might see you as somebody who is also a very hard worker. If, you know, you might meet in a work context or whatever, you know, they might see you just like cheerfully kind of working on something. And I think that they find that very attractive as well, because they themselves are a hard worker. And I think that, you know, if the context of your meeting is you doing something that you're passionate about, they also find that extremely attractive. So that's what I'm seeing with the bee spirit. And then, okay, and then we have child nature, which says friendships with animals, communication with nature spirits. And again, like I'm not sure of the context of your meeting, or like it could be doing something outdoors or out in nature. You might meet this person while you're out on like a nature walk or hiking somewhere, or or camping or in the wilderness, or whatever resonates for you. But this person, I think they can immediately sense a spiritual connection with you, and they can immediately sense that you are very connected with nature, or that's their first impression, whether or not that's 100% accurate, but that might be their first impression with you. You might work with nature spirits, or you might just be out walking your dog, you know, which would communicate to this person you are an animal lover. You know, you might meet at a dog park, or at the pet store or something like that. There might just be like an opportunity to interact with this person in a setting where it is clear that you have love and affection for animals, or a connection to nature in some way. That could also be like a clue for you, as in terms of like the context of your first meeting, and or if that is not necessarily resonating, I think that this person, your future spouse, just has like an immediate understanding that that you are connected. And it could be that if you express your spirituality in a way that that does have like a natural kind of bent to it, I think that this person can immediately sense that on an intuitive level. Even if, again, you're not like expressly doing something that is connected with animals or nature, I think that this person can just sense that about you, because they just have like just an innate ability and an intuition about certain things. So that is something that is coming through there. And I want to say, if you are looking for signs or symbols that you are about to meet your future spouse, we do have a bee and a rabbit here. That might be signs or symbols for you if you've been seeing bees and or rabbits. So just take that if it resonates. If it doesn't resonate, don't worry about it. But that might be a message for somebody. And then we have keep an open mind. Your soulmate may differ from your usual type and expectations. That is interesting. So that might be saying that, you might not be your future spouse's like usual type. You might just be, you might be different in some way. There might be like a physical feature that is different from people that they have had relationships with in the past. They might not ever have had a connection with somebody who is spiritually connected or really into nature, or that they felt such like an immediate close connection to. But there might be like some superficial difference between the two of you that I think might kind of throw this person for a loop a little bit in the beginning, because they might not be expecting to feel attracted to you. And I think that they're going to be surprised by the fact that they're going to feel this immediate connection and this immediate attraction to you. And I think that that's going to help them open their mind a little bit in terms of the people that they might typically have chosen to date in the past. Again, I'm just getting a sense it's like some sort of like superficial difference. Like maybe you like dress really differently to people that they've had connections with in the past. Maybe you have like you're from a different culture, or you have a different skin color or something like that. But it doesn't matter, because you have an immediate soul level connection with this person that they're going to pick up on immediately. So that's definitely a very interesting card. Okay, then we have engagement, which says your love life is ascending to higher levels of commitment. So again, with that like Four of Wands energy, this person is looking for their future spouse. They're looking for you, and I think that they're just immediately going to clock that they might be like, they might take a first glance at you and be like, well, this person, pile one, doesn't match the types of relationships I've had with the types of people that I've dated in the past. There's some difference there, and they're just going to immediately be like, oh my God, is pile one my person? Because again, they're just going to feel an immediate connection with you. And it's so engagement, like their mind might flash to like, okay, is pile one my person? Because they feel this soul level connection, this spiritual connection with you immediately. And because like the relationship milestones, including engagement, are on this person's mind in terms of the relationship that they're looking for. So I think their first impression of you is going to be as your marriage material. And then we have chemistry. There's a strong magnetic attraction here. So I think that this person is going to, again, just feel like an immediate attraction to you, immediate chemistry. It might surprise them a little, because they might, again, you might just differ from their typical relationship in some way, but I think they're immediately going to be very open to it, because they're like, again, they're just like kind of blown away. I think their first impression of you is that you might be their future spouse, right? And you just have like an immediate chemistry together that I think it might throw this person for a loop a little bit. They might just be like, oh my God, what is happening here? And I just think that they're gonna feel like really hopeful about you, and an immediate attraction, an immediate connection that, it might surprise the both of you, to be honest. This person, they like you immediately, is what is coming through here. Part of them just they'll see you and they will know. They will have an intense feeling about you, and they're an extremely good judge of character. And so, you know, I think that they're trusting their intuition about you immediately. So that's very interesting that that's what's come up in the cards so far. And then we're going to get into the tarot. What can you tell me about pile one's future spouse's first impressions? What can you tell me about the first impressions of pile one's future spouse? Okay, interesting. Okay, I'm trying to center the cards. Okay, very interesting. We have so far the Two of Swords and Strength. Okay, and then we have the Nine of Cups. Oh my God. Yeah, this person I think is just going to know immediately. They're going to just, and they might be like, look a little bit blown away. And a little bit in shock with that Two of Swords there. But it's just like their soul recognizes you. Then we have the Two of Pentacles. And, oh, okay, and then the Four of Cups. That's very interesting. Okay. Okay, no, that actually, that makes sense to me immediately. All right, so. And then I feel compelled because we have the Sun at the back of the deck, and it did show itself a couple of times when I was shuffling the cards. And that would, you know, the Sun I think would be a connection with the bee spirit, and the fact that even though there's some other stuff coming out here, this person immediately feels hopeful about you. And if this was this person's like first impressions of you, again, I'm just getting a sense with the Sun here that you might be doing something that you feel very passionate about, and you're coming across as somebody who is very positive and cheerful. Like there's a cheerfulness energy here. I think you're doing something fun, and this could also be a clue that, you know, with the child nature energy here as well, you might meet this person when you're outside, particularly on a sunny day, and doing something out in nature. That might resonate for you as like, and just like if you're enjoying yourself and like vibing out in nature, I think that this person is going to be like, what's pile one doing? Like, you know, if they don't even know you yet, they're going to be like, what is this person doing? You know, and that I think might be how you meet your future spouse. So that there might be a clue there. But I think this person they immediately feel positive about your connection. They also see that you are somebody who has a positive attitude, and I think they really like that about you immediately. So yeah, so that's the back of the deck energy there. I felt compelled to take that because I think it's connected. We do have the Two of Swords, which I was going to interpret that as I think this person, they might feel like they need to take a step back as soon as they meet you because it's just an intense feeling. I think that they're just going to know. They're going to know. This is their first impression of you. It's not even like the second date. And this person is already like, this is my future spouse. This is my wish fulfillment. This is what I've been looking for. Pile one is what I've been looking for. And there is immediate chemistry and immediate spiritual connection. Like it's just immediate. The attraction and the connection here. It's like it's just there immediately. And I think that this is going to throw this, you know, your future spouse might be a little bit shocked by how they feel about you right after meeting you. And that I think is why the Two of Swords is like the first card here, because it does talk about maybe needing to take a step back emotionally to kind of get back into your head a little bit. You know, that can be one of the messages of the Two of Swords. It can also talk about needing to make a choice of some kind, but I wouldn't necessarily pick that interpretation for why it came out here, because that's not necessarily ringing true. I think that obviously this person's going to choose to come towards you because they're your future spouse and because we have all this other energy that's like confirming, like, yes, this person is going to know immediately. This is a love at first sight type of energy here, whether you believe in that or not, whether this person believes in it or not, that's what the cards are telling me. This is an immediate love at first sight. This is a spiritual connection at first sight, instant chemistry connection. And And again, like this person, their first impression of you is that they might need to take a step back because this is very intense. And it's intense in a positive way, but it's just like this, I don't think that your future spouse was expecting to meet you. Especially not in the way or the time that they did. And again, like that, if you're not the type of person that your future spouse typically dates, I think that that it's unexpected, and it might lead to an initial momentary confusion, like what the heck is going on here, you know? But I think they're going to figure out immediately what the case is here. And if we're all like, that's how I'm being called to interpret this Two of Swords. But if this is also representing your energy here, you know, this is like their first impression of you. This could be saying that actually another intuitive interpretation just came to me of, if you meet this person while you're doing something outside, you might be on vacation, you might be somewhere, even if it's like on a hiking trail somewhere, you might be somewhere unfamiliar to you, and you might be feeling like you're kind of lost, or confused, or you don't know where to go. This could be like the way that you meet your future spouse is you ask them for directions, or they can see that you're confused, or lost, or like maybe a little disoriented. And you might be standing on a trail with a map, you know, and just being like, I don't know, I don't understand where the trailhead is, or something like that. And your future spouse is going to walk up to you and say, do you need help? That's something that just came to me. So that could also be an interpretation here of like their initial first impression of you. This is the first card that came out, is that you are confused. So that could be a big clue as to what you're doing when you meet this person. And again, it could even be in the context of, you know, if you're not necessarily vibing with the idea that you're going to be out in nature, if you live in a big city and you're not planning to travel anywhere, it could be that, you know, even if you're just going somewhere new for the day, if it's like a new part of town you've never been to, or like a office building downtown and there's like a million floors and you don't know where you're going, that could also apply in this situation. Like, I think that might be the icebreaker that this person, that your future spouse will use. I'm sorry, I keep saying this person, but you know, it's your future spouse. It's the icebreaker that your future spouse will use when to break the ice, you know, to start a conversation with you. And then I think they're going to be blown away by that interaction with you, because their soul just knows immediately, and there's going to be immediate chemistry that you will almost definitely also experience when this person, when your future spouse walks up to you. So that's how I'm being called to interpret this Two of Swords as like their first impression of you. And then we have the Strength card, and we did have the Leo card, the Be Humble Leo card in the first part of the reading. This card, the Strength card, is talking about somebody who is very strong, and they're also in a receptive energy. It's an energy of like having an inner strength and confidence, and also not needing to throw your weight around. It's like that be humble energy. And I think that your future spouse is going to recognize immediately that that you are strong and confident, and they might also notice your hair. You know, I'm just throwing that out there if that resonates. But whatever situation you're in, I think that they're going to see an inner confidence, an inner strength, and also that you are also gentle. Like you're bringing kind of a gentle spirit to it with this, you know, the animal lover energy here. The bee spirit, you know, you do have a stinger, but you're like the fuzzy honeybee to this person's wasp. So, you know, or in terms of, I guess, the way that they see themselves. And so I think that they're going to like that about you. Like they see your strength and confidence, and they also see that you have kind of more of a gentle spirit, a positive vibe, a nature child vibe. And I think that they really like that about you. It's like that justification of like, yes, I'm a lion, but I don't need to prove to you that I'm a lion, you know? So definitely a positive energy there. And, you know, and I did mention in the first part of the reading when I was noticing that amethyst, and I mentioned maybe amethyst jewelry, that might have resonated with some of you, might not have. just take it however it resonates. This person is wearing an amulet that, to me, it looks like tiger's eye. So you, again, you might be wearing some sort of jewelry that is like a stone or a crystal that you wear either for protection or just for jewelry, you know, just for aesthetic reasons, and I think that this person is going to notice that right away. Like they're going to be drawn to the way that you dress, or maybe some accessory that you're wearing, particularly if it is a crystal or a stone of some kind. And it might be something that is like, I'm getting again an intuitive message that might be true for some of you watching. That might also be like a point of connection between you and this person. Between you and your future spouse. They might not work with crystals, but they might have one particular stone or crystal that they are drawn to, or that they have like some personal connection to. Again, it might be their birthstone, or the birthstone of somebody who is important to them. They might just have a connection to a particular stone or crystal, because I was being really drawn to that amethyst, and you might be wearing that stone or crystal when they meet you. That, again, that's just something that was coming through that it might not resonate for everybody, but it could, you know, it could, I don't know. And then I'm also being drawn to the fact that both of these people on these cards have like forearm tattoos. So you might have a tattoo particularly on your arm or your forearm. Again, only take that if it resonates. But if you do, that might be something that this person notices immediately, and it might be a design or a pattern or a character or whatever that that this person is drawn to as well. There might be a personal connection there as well for this person, as like they might comment on your tattoo because it's something that is meaningful to them as well, if that resonates for you. And then with the Nine of Cups, it's a pretty clear message. This person is looking for their Nine of Cups, and their first impression of you is that you are their Nine of Cups. You are their wish fulfillment. You are what they are looking for. You are exactly what they want. And if they're looking for somebody who can match their emotional depth and their emotional energy, they're going to pick up on that immediately about you. And it's like their mind immediately flashes to engagement. It immediately flashes to that you could be their future spouse. And you are. We know that you are. But it's like that, again, this is their very first impression of you. It's like they're just like, oh my God, pile one is what I'm looking for. So that's a beautiful message here. And then we have the Two of Pentacles. And this to me would be connected with this bee spirit in terms of like, you know, one traditional interpretation of a honeybee is that, you know, they're busy. They're flying around all over the place. And so with the Two of Pentacles, that would speak to me about this person might meet you at, your future spouse might meet you at a time when you are busy. You might have a lot on your plate at the time. You might be juggling a lot of different things. If you're on vacation, or, you know, if you were resonating with the idea of like maybe you're trying to find a specific building or something, it might be that you strike up a conversation with your future spouse. There's like instant chemistry, instant connection there. They might ask for your number. They are sort of like that. And then you might have to leave immediately because you're doing something, you're busy in some way, or they might, you know, if you're on vacation, that you might have like plans with your family or friends or whoever you're traveling with, and you might, again, it might just be like a brief meeting with your future spouse, and you might need to leave after that. So their first impression of you is that you're busy. You have a lot going on. You have a lot on your plate, and you might be juggling a lot of things and like multitasking in some way, which would again be connected with a bee spirit, hardworking but busy little honeybee, and you know, and I think that your future spouse likes that because again, they are a very hard worker. And I think that with this, you know, if this interpretation is that you immediately have to leave to go do something else because you know you were doing something before your future spouse came up to you, you know, that I think that your future spouse is like it's like getting a taste of something and then knowing you need more. It's like, I need more. It's like being instantly addicted to something. So your future spouse, I think, is like, they feel like they're instantly addicted to your energy. That's what I'm getting from this Two of Pentacles. Like, you might need to immediately leave and go do something else because you have other plans, you have other things on your plate, and your future spouse is just like, no, don't leave. Like, I need to speak to you. You know, you're my person. Like, let's hang out. You know, so I think it's likely that that your future spouse will be the one who asks for your number. They don't want to lose contact with you. They're just like pile one is my person. I need to make sure that we continue our communication in some way. So that's what I'm seeing with the Two of Pentacles. And then the Four of Cups is like an interesting card if this is this person's first impression. This could also, if what we're seeing in the Two of Pentacles involves you needing to leave immediately after your first meeting with this person, they're going to be disappointed about that. That's just a way to kind of confirm that message. You know, they're disappointed that they can't spend more time with you. This can also be, I think, a dual message that this person on this card doesn't want what's being offered here. They're focused this way. And the way that the interpretation came to me immediately when I saw this card was, since they know that they found their Nine of Cups with you, everything else is just off the table now. They're not interested in anything else. They're interested in you immediately, and everything else just pales in comparison. They're just like no, take it away. I don't want this bowl. I want pile one. And it's not like in a creepy or like super intense way that's going to scare you away. It's just, I think they just know immediately that you are somebody that they want to pursue, that it is likely, because you have this spiritual connection immediately, that it is likely that there's something solid here, and your future spouse is somebody who really trusts their intuition and trusts their judgment about people. And so I think that you know, with that, again, the energy here of this person is assertive, and I think that they are going to pursue you. But again, not in it like a creepy, obviously this is your future spouse, so you're going to like them too, you know, but, you know, if you did want them to back off, or they were maybe being a little too intense or whatever, as soon as you expressed that to them, they'd be like, okay, that's fair. Let's slow things down a little bit. You're right. But it's just because they feel so positive about you, so like just immediately, you know, so definitely just like a lovely, beautiful message, pile one, for you about your future spouse. With that said, I am going to leave this part of the video here, and if you're interested in hearing about what your relationship with your future spouse is going to be like, and maybe some information about your wedding day, you can check out the extended reading in the description. And with that said, thank you very much for watching Pile 1. If you like this video, please feel free to give it a like. Please comment down below, let me know how it resonated for you. And if you like my videos and you want to see more from me, you can feel free to subscribe to my channel. And thank you very much for watching, and I do hope to see you in my next video. Hello Pile 2, and welcome to your reading. If you chose the Modern Witch Tarot, this is going to be your reading for today about your future spouse. In this part of the video, we are going to take a look at who your future spouse is, and that might include personality traits, maybe a little bit about their current energy, what they might have recently been through. I don't know, we'll see what comes out in the cards. And then we'll take a look at their first impressions of you. And then in the extended reading, we're going to get into your relationship, get some details about what your relationship is going to be like, and find out a little bit of information about your wedding day. So if you're interested in that, the link will be in the description. And with that said, I'm actually going to start with the Astro Dice, which I have pre-rolled just because I wanted to be able to set them out in a grid like this. So already we have some interesting information here. First of all, we have 3 sets of dice. I hope this is clear the way I've done it, but we have 3 sets of dice here, and they each have kind of like an interesting meaning, but we actually only have 2 zodiac signs. We have Aquarius, and then we have Libra twice, and what's interesting is that we also have the 9th house twice. So your future spouse might be an air sign, particularly a Libra or an Aquarius. They might have a lot of air placements, they might have a lot of Libra placements, and they might have a lot of 9th house placements. And this is giving me the energy of somebody who is very cerebral, very intellectual, and it's not necessarily just in like, you know, like a book learning way. It's that, and it's like an innate curiosity and an innate wisdom. So it's like both the kind of like gained knowledge through intellectual curiosity and innate knowledge through intuition and perceptive ability, if that makes sense. It's like your future spouse has both. You know, they're both intelligent and wise. You know, if they were a D&D character, they'd have both the intelligence stat and the wisdom stat would both be like fully maxed out. I don't know if that's going to resonate for you, but that's what's coming through here. It's just like this your future spouse is very sharp, and I think that they're very easy to get along with. Communication is probably very important to them and to the way that they interact with other people, and then I'll get into the rest of the dice, but I just wanted to point out that we do have 2 Libra dice, I guess. We have Libra twice, and then we have the 9th house twice, and you know, the 9th house can talk about like, you know, our worldview, like our philosophies and things like that. And it can also talk about, since it's associated with Sagittarius, it can also talk about like intellectual curiosity, traveling, things like that, and things that can like affect our worldview. So that's where I'm getting the kind of like intellectual curiosity side of it. But the first row of dice here we have it's actually Aquarius, Jupiter, and the 6th house, which for me that would talk about somebody who might be like a community organizer. Your future spouse might be somebody who like works within their community. And with the Jupiter energy here, I think that they are very good at their job, and their job might involve networking. That might like be really essential to their job. And I think that they care deeply about community issues, and they might be involved in things like social justice. If that resonates for you, especially also with that Libra energy there, I think that your future spouse likely has a strong sense of fairness and justice, and I think that they are very involved, at least at the community level, but maybe at a higher level, and in affecting certain social change that is important and meaningful for them. And I think with Jupiter in the 6th house, that like they're very, very good at their job, and I think that they are very well recognized for what they do. They might be in a position of power, and they might be in a position of prominence in whatever their career is. It is likely even tangentially related to helping others or serving their community in some way, just with the Aquarius energy there. And if that's not vibing or resonating, the Aquarius energy there can also talk about doing something that is in alignment with our truest, most authentic self. And so your future spouse's job might be like a little bit off the beaten path. It might be a career path that they might have created for themselves, that like was not like a traditional career, but whatever it is, they're very good at it, and it probably involves talking to other people. Like I'm getting the sense your future spouse is very successful, and there's not a ton of information about monetary abundance in these dice, but there is in terms of being respected for their career, I believe that your future spouse is highly respected for what they do and in their position in the community. So that's what I'm seeing with that. And then the connection between Neptune and the 9th house, and the Libra and Neptune and the 9th house, would talk to me about somebody who has faith in the universe and in the divine. I think that I'm not 100% sure whether your future spouse has a spiritual practice, but I think they're probably very like intellectually interested in the concept of spirituality. I think that is something that they had with these 9th house placements, something they probably have explored, and something that they might be deeply interested in is learning about different spiritual practices, learning about different religions, learning about different cultures, different parts of the world, how different cultures in different places, like you know, they might be very interested in things like you know, creation stories, and you know, just the way that different people view different things, I think is very interesting to your future spouse. And I think with all this like communal energy, like they probably, as I'm saying, like probably part of their job involves networking a lot and reaching out to like a large group of different people. And I think that's very exciting to them, is connecting with different people who might be different from them, or from a different culture, or from a different place. They might travel a lot for work. That might be something that is again, this is like very exciting for your future spouse, is having the opportunity to travel to different places for work. And that might be part of their bucket list, is like going to all different parts of the world and like really exploring. But the Neptune connection here, I think, is about having faith in the beautiful and harmonious nature of the universe. I guess we could put it that way. It's like, it's speaking to me about your future spouse might be somebody who really looks for the positive, and really looks for like positive connections between people. It might be that your future spouse might be like very aware of the duality of human nature, the shadow side and the light side. And I think that they have a lot of faith in the light side of humanity, and they work really hard in their job, whatever it is, to bring more light out in the world. If that makes sense. If I'm communicating that clearly, because I think that they're the type of person who believes that when they contribute good to the world, they're helping balance the karmic scales of the universe, if that makes sense. I think that's something that is part of your future spouse's worldview, and part of their core values is like giving back, volunteering, doing good just to be doing good, just for its own sake. You know, not for the recognition, but just because it's the right thing to do. I think that is something that's really important to your future spouse. And then with the Mercury energy there, that would tell me, and this would make sense given the other information we have here, that your future spouse is probably a very good communicator. I think that your future spouse is probably somebody who you're never going to really wonder how your future spouse feels, or what they're thinking, or you know, what their opinion is about something, because they will tell you. But with the Libra energy there is a message that that they communicate with compassion. You know, they're not, I would get the sense your future spouse is not somebody who goes for blunt honesty when there's a chance that it might hurt somebody's feelings. I think they would take somebody else's feelings into account and kind of tailor their words to make sure that that they're not unintentionally causing somebody else discomfort or pain. So that's what I'm seeing there in the dice. I hope I haven't missed anything. If you notice something in the dice that I haven't mentioned, feel free to share that in the comments. You know, I am still learning about the Astro Dice, but I feel like I'm getting a better handle on it. So with that said, I am going to move into the tarot now. Spirit, what can you tell me about pile 2's future spouse? Spirit, what can you tell me? Okay. All right. So we have the Ace of Wands and the Queen of Pentacles right off the bat. Okay, this is interesting. This is a special card, and I will talk about that. It's modeled after the Ten of Swords in this deck, but it says everything is fine. Okay, and then we have... Okay, interesting. Okay. And one more, Spirit. What else can you tell me? What else can you tell me about pile 2's future spouse? Spirit, okay, that's too many cards. All right, what else can you tell me? Okay, there we go. Oh, very interesting. Okay. All right, pile 2. So we have the Ace of Wands, the Queen of Pentacles, the Everything is Fine card, which is, again, that's the Ten of Swords with a bit of a different message. We have the Ten of Wands, and then we have the Five of Pentacles. And this is interesting to me. The first thing that's kind of sticking out to me here is with the Ace of Wands. I think what I was saying in terms of the Aquarius energy about your future spouse might have created a job for themselves, I think that might be a possible message here of the Ace of Wands. It might be that it's like your future spouse kind of had like a spark of inspiration, had an idea about something that really sparked a passion inside of them. And I think that this might be something that is related to their career, that they feel very passionate about, and they might have started something. It could even be that they might have started their own non-profit or volunteer organization, or some project or something that's like a pet project that they feel extremely passionate about. And there's also a connection with the Ace of Wands to traveling, because it's the ace. It's like the beginning of an adventure or a journey. And I think that would also confirm for me that your future spouse might be somebody who travels for work, and it might be related to whatever this Ace of Wands thing is. This could also be talking about like a startup, you know, like a tech startup or something like that. Whatever it is, I'm getting the sense that your future spouse had an idea about something and they ran with it because it was something that they have felt very passionate about. And it could be that they're still at the beginning stages of this, or it could be that what we're seeing in the other cards here might be related to this Ace of Wands. So, but I will get into that. We do have the Queen of Pentacles here, and one of the messages of the Queen of Pentacles is about self-employment, and possibly being, you know, you're being the boss of your own company, you know, being the one in charge, and that could be a confirmation again that your future spouse has started a business or a project or some nonprofit, something that they have felt like a grassroots organization that I felt very passionate about, and they might have been the one in charge of that. If this idea or business is still running, there's a message here that it might not be. You know, if this is like a kind of a story that's an energy check-in on your future spouse, it's not necessarily a beautiful ending to this beautiful beginning, but you know, we'll see what different interpretations come out, because the Queen of Pentacles could also be saying that your future spouse might be somebody who is very practical, very down to earth, even though we have this energy of somebody who is very much in their mind, like using their mind a lot. The Pentacles brings that energy and kind of grounds it in the practical physical world. And so that would talk to me about somebody who has an idea for business is able to get it off the ground because they're harnessing the energy, the practical side of the Queen of Pentacles, of making a plan and then following through with it, kind of nurturing that energy. It is likely that your future spouse, you know, I've been getting a lot of career vibes here. They might be really focused on their job right now, but it is likely that your future spouse, when they're in a relationship with you, is very supportive, very nurturing, down to earth and grounded, and that might help balance out this very air-centric energy we have over here of somebody who's very highly intellectual. So it's like they're very intelligent, they're wise, they're curious about the world, and they're also very grounded. That's something that's coming through there. And there's a chance that they also really love animals, and also a chance that rabbits, and particularly white rabbits, might be a sign or a symbol either for you or for your future spouse that is a scent from spirit. Their spirit guides or your spirit guides might appear to you as a white rabbit. Only take that if it resonates. And what I was saying is what's interesting is this is a special card in this deck, and this is the same artwork as the Ten of Swords, but it says everything is fine. And I think it's interesting that, you know, that we have somebody who's like, this person has 10 swords in them, and they're just kind of like scrolling on their phone. You know, I think that after this exciting, passionate, nurturing something energy, there's the Ten of Swords of a painful ending. This might be related to something that your future spouse might have had to cut ties with or cut out of their life. They might have had a business partner or an investor or somebody who pulled out or pulled away, or this could even be like a different type of interpersonal relationship. It could be a romantic relationship or something, but something ended here and it was very painful for your future spouse. And they, I think, either this is talking about that energy of positivity and having faith in the universe and the basic goodness of people, that I think your future spouse really likes to look on the bright side. And so this might be saying that your future spouse has an understanding. And I think I did start saying that I don't know if your future spouse practices spirituality. They might, because that might be something that they are very curious about, and they might have incorporated spiritual practices into their life. And if they are spiritual, I think they have an understanding that things end and new things begin, and it's not the end of the world. It's a learning experience. It's an opportunity to let go of things that are not serving us and to move forward, because there's always going to be a new day. There's always going to be a new dawn. And in the grand scheme of things, everything will be fine. So that's kind of an energy I'm getting here. There might also be an energy here and I'm just being honest in terms of what's coming out in the cards. Your future spouse might distract themselves from negative feelings instead of processing them until they become too heavy to bear. And that might be why we have this person kind of distracting themselves on their phone. And then it's followed by the 10 of Wands, which is another 10. It's a lot. This energy is a lot, and it's a lot to carry. And I feel like there's also, I think I forgot to mention, there can be a message with Aquarius and the 6th house about having trouble in a family of origin. So like this, your future spouse might have had a rough upbringing, or just like an unhealthy relationship or an unhealthy dynamic in their family relationships growing up. There might have been like really hard and painful and maybe traumatic experiences that your future spouse went through as a child or when they were growing up in their formative years with their family of origin, and they might have learned to kind of shut down emotionally, because there are no cups cards out here right now. That I think that it's possible that your future spouse has learned to put on a brave face, don't react emotionally, everything is fine, even when they have 10 swords in their back. And that might be something that you were going to work on in your relationship, or it might be something, this might also be a way for Spirit to communicate that, especially with the 5 of change here on the 5 of Pentacles, that this is something that your future spouse is currently growing out of. This is something that your future spouse is currently, like this might be the current life lesson that they're working on right now. If they're doing shadow work, which again, they might have a spiritual practice, and they might be learning how to do shadow work and how to finally face the fact that they got stabbed 10 times and deal with the emotional fallout from that. That might be like part of what they're currently going through, is how to admit to themselves and to the world and express it to the people who need to hear it that it was not okay, whatever was happening in this 10 of Swords, to feel their feelings and express whatever needs to be expressed about it. I think that that is a life lesson that your future spouse is currently going through. And I think, with this Libra energy here, there could be a connection of wanting to, not wanting to rock the boat, not wanting to offend people, not wanting to upset anybody. And it could have been because it was not emotionally safe for your future spouse to do that in their family of origin. So that's something that's coming out there. And then we have the 10 of Wands, and that's, it's talking to me about a burden, a lot to carry, and especially if we're continuing on from this Ace of Wands, if this is talking about maybe like a startup or a business or an idea that your future spouse is very passionate about. I think there's a lot of passion here in terms of, the Aquarius, Jupiter, 6th house, like they feel very passionate about something. And they might have tried to start something, and then it got to, the place of the 10 of Wands, where the reality of trying to do all of this on their own, I think, might have become too much. That could be a message of this 10 of Wands, and I'm giving that interpretation because we have this everything is fine card. because the Ten of Wands is not always a negative message. You know, this can talk about like being ambitious and working hard, and your spirit guides encouraging you to continue what you're doing because you're doing a great job. You know, you're balancing a ton of stuff, and you know, and you've taken on a lot, and you're doing it. You know, you're at the 10, you're almost there. Keep going. It can be a very encouraging message. However, with this, everything is fine, and then the Five of Pentacles on either side of this Ten of Wands, I am getting more of a sense of being overburdened. It's too much. It's a lot, you know. And so your future spouse might also, in addition to this everything is fine, putting a brave face on, they might also have a tendency to take on too much and to have like an overdeveloped sense of responsibility that might have had to do with something that happened in their childhood or in their family of origin, that actually might have contributed to their sense of fairness and justice in the world. Like they, at some point in their life, were not treated fairly and did not receive justice. And I think that they're feeling passionate about fighting for the justice for other people who have been in that situation and for other groups of people, because it's like a healthy outlet for that sense of fairness, if that makes sense. And if in the everything is fine card, if we're talking about somebody who is used to keeping their emotions like locked down, keeping everything to themselves, not feeling or expressing their feelings, and just pretending that everything is fine, even when they're feeling very overburdened, the Five of Pentacles here is actually a message that I think is a positive message, even though this card usually doesn't have a positive connotation. I think that, especially with the fact that this figure on the Ten of Wands looks like the figure on the Five of Pentacles, who has put down these 10 wands and is kind of like walking away from something. And 5 in numerology is associated with change, with making a shifting of energy in some way. And it's like the 10 is the end. 10 is the end of something. This cycle might be ending, and your future spouse is making changes because they're finally recognizing and acknowledging the fact that they have been left behind. There might have been emotional abandonment or emotional neglect in their life. There was some sort of sense of being shut out of something, and that could even be like they might not have received the care and affection that they needed from their parental figures growing up, you know, if that resonates. And it's like this Five of Pentacles it's like feeling those feelings and because they're valid, and then realizing that you have the power to choose to walk away from whatever this situation is. You have the power to change this situation. And there is an additional message here. If all of this energy here might be talking about something that has to do with this person's career, in terms of like your future spouse might have tried to start a business or a nonprofit or a grassroots organization or a startup or something. And there was initially a lot of passion. They worked so hard to grow this thing. They took on so much to bring this idea into fruition. And with the Five of Pentacles, there might have been like a loss of money or a loss of investment or a loss of financial security in some way. Like the change of the 5 with the pentacles of financial security, or like there's like a change in their financial situation that was probably not positive, and they might have had to abandon or give up on whatever this business was for them, which is, you know, that's just the honest interpretation that I'm getting from the cards. You know, as upsetting as that is to deal with, it could be a part of the lesson that your future spouse is learning, something that their spirit guides are trying to teach them. And I think that for the most part, I think that your future spouse is somebody who is going to be able to make these changes and incorporate these lessons and do whatever shadow work needs to be done here for them, because they are so intelligent and so wise and so open to new ideas and curious about the world. And it's, you know, I'm getting the sense that they might practice their spirituality, and it might be through spirituality that they're coming to these realizations, and they're able to realize, yes, I can be very sad about what happened here, and I can experience my feelings about the feelings of loss and mourn whatever was lost here. And I can also choose to move on from it. I don't have to stay here. So that's what I'm seeing in the tarot cards so far. And I am going to get into the oracle cards. Okay, so yeah, this actually would confirm for me the interpretation that I've been giving is that I do think that your future, like whatever, if this is something that happened in their career or it's something that has to do with like interpersonal relationships, it could be both with the Ten of Wands, like that feeling of being overburdened. Maybe multiple things were happening in this person's life at the same time, and it's an opportunity for healing. It's an opportunity for your future spouse to put that phone down and address the fact that they have swords in their back. It's an opportunity for them to stop carrying too many responsibilities, like stop overburdening themselves if it's not serving them, and to acknowledge their feelings about whatever has happened here so that they can shift and change and heal and grow and learn whatever lessons need to be learned here. I think that this is probably just a snapshot for you of where your future spouse is right now in their life. They're in a time in life where they're healing things from their past, and it could be that this might not even be like their current situation. This might be something that happened a while ago, and your future spouse is just starting to heal those things because they might have had a pattern of behavior where they ignored their hurt feelings, or they ignored painful emotions because they were distracting themselves with intellectual pursuits, or with involving themselves in, like, this is the energy of somebody who loves helping out in their community and helping other people, especially with that Ten of Wands. And it's like they're learning how to also prioritize helping themselves. So I think that this is a message that this is where your future spouse is currently, is they're healing stuff from the past. Even like regardless of it's the distant past or the recent past, you know, whatever it is. It could be that stuff is popping up again right now from a long time ago as an opportunity to be healed and released. And this would be confirmation that your future spouse is working on it. You know, they're no longer shying away from doing the shadow work and doing the hard part of healing. So that's what I'm seeing with that card. And I do want to say, this might not be like a typical interpretation. Like it's an oracle card, but I am kind of getting Virgo vibes from this card. And we do have the Queen of Pentacles. So there may be some Virgo energy here with this person, maybe like Sun, Moon, or Rising, or maybe you might be a Virgo. Just take that however it resonates, but I wanted to point that out. And then we have the Owl Spirit, which says, "You see clearly now." And what is very interesting about this card, first of all, 43 reduces to 7, which is a number associated with the 7th house, and it is also associated with Libra. So I think there's a message here that whatever happened with this everything is fine card, I think this has to do with interpersonal relationships, and possibly things that are stemming from your future spouse's childhood, that would be like, you can see clearly now. I think that because they're no longer like kind of ignoring the situation and pretending that everything is fine, they are kind of maybe taking a look back and able to put what happened into context for themselves, and that I think is a part of their healing journey on this. And then I think the number 7 in numerology also is very associated with spirituality and with philosophical and intellectual pursuits. And the owl is a symbol of wisdom. So I think this could be another confirmation that your future spouse is highly spiritual and that they do practice their spirituality. That might be something that you have in common. And I think that it is likely that your future spouse either knows a lot about spirituality, different religions, different cultural practices, and they probably also incorporate that into their own healing journey. So I wanted to say that. And then there's a lot going on here. There's also, with all these air signs up here, I would associate the owl with air because it's a flying creature. So that might be another confirmation for you. And I think it is really interesting that, the owls have great eyesight. They're like, I believe they're nocturnal predators. They have a very good eyesight. And what's interesting, though, is that this card doesn't say you see clearly. It says you see clearly now. And so that's kind of, again, talking to me about somebody who's looking back on the past, on situations where they might not have seen things clearly. And it could have been because it was clouded with emotion, and it could have been because they had learned that acknowledging a problem was not emotionally safe for them to do, perhaps in their family of origin. And so they, if they're not looking at a problem, they're not necessarily seeing it clearly. And I think now they have been able to maybe detach enough from the situation to be able to shift their perspective on what happened, and to have like a really clear understanding of what happened. And I think that is really contributing to their healing journey. And then with this, the ninth house energy here, that was giving me the sense of somebody who is both intellectual and very wise. That is a message that is also associated with this card, with the owl spirit of like intelligence and wisdom. What's that expression? Intelligence is knowing that tomato is a fruit. Wisdom is knowing not to put it in a fruit salad. And your future spouse has both. They'd be able probably to name like the genus of the tomato fruit, or like, are tomatoes a member of the nightshade family? Your future spouse would know. I could ask them and they'd probably know. And they also understand that you don't typically put a tomato in a fruit salad. You know what I mean? But they might have delicious fruit salad recipes. So they have such a like bright mind, and I think that it just might have been that they might have been through an experience that was so painful that they might have tried to shut down the emotional part of themselves. And I think right now they're working on opening that back up. And I just realized this is a green candle here, and it's kind of right in the area of this person's heart chakra. And so they might right now be working on doing heart chakra healing for themselves. So that's what I'm seeing with that. Okay, we have more Aquarius energy. I want to say also, pile 1 also had a lot of air sign energy in their reading. So if you felt drawn to pile 1, there might be messages there for you as well. But I just said there's been a lot of air so far today. But this is the last quarter moon in Aquarius, which says reflect on your priorities. And I think that's also really interesting because it's about reflection. You see clearly now, looking back on the past, recognizing things that your future spouse might have been ignoring. I also think it's interesting that it's something that I just noticed is most of these people they're either not looking at us or their eyes are closed. And so the fact that, in fact, really the only card where you can see eyes is on the You See Clearly Now, the Owl Spirit card. So that would tell me that your future spouse is kind of like opening their eyes to the reality of what has happened in the past, where again they might have been ignoring it. There might have been like maybe some willful ignorance, just because confronting the truth of the situation might have been too painful, too I will say with pile 1's person was very in touch with their emotional body, and I think that that your future spouse is learning how to get back in touch with their emotional side, with this kind of heart chakra healing that I think they're doing right now. And I think by reflecting on your priorities, that might also mean be talking, especially with the priorities part, that might be talking about if something happened for your future spouse that was related to an idea or a passion project or something that they tried to get off the ground and it didn't work out, if there's a narrative here, that might be part of the narrative there. They might be taking the opportunity to reflect on where they were putting their energy and where they were putting their resources. And especially if we're progressing from the ace all the way to the 10 immediately, this can also be, the 10 of Wands for me is also like a kind of a shorthand for workaholism, you know, and so it could be that your future spouse is trying to move away from that, from taking on too much. You know, the Jupiter in the 6th house energy would also give me a workaholic vibe. It's because it's like the energy of expansion and exploration of Jupiter combined with the day-to-day work life of the number 6, or sorry, the 6th house. Talks to me about somebody who's used to working very hard and is like very ambitious, always pushing for more, wanting to do more, take on more. And I think right now your future spouse might be taking a step back from that and examining where they're putting their energy and resources. And I think it's a really important time for your future spouse right now, healing even their relationship to themselves, perhaps. But I think their relationship to work might be something that is very, like a critical relationship in their life, that I think there might have been some failure here in terms of their career. And I think that it really hurt them. And they're taking the opportunity to learn from that experience and to reflect on it and try and get a different perspective on what happened so that they can heal in the way that they need to heal, so that they don't bring that into the next cycle of their life or the next project that they try to do. And something that is my my brain keeps saying, like, mention this, and then I get talking about something else and I forget about it. But the Ace of Wands could also be a message that and I was seeing this kind of with this 9th house energy here. I think that your future spouse gets very passionate about the things that they like. I'm getting the sense, and with this Mercury energy here, of somebody who loves to talk about things that really excite them. And it could be, you know, if your future spouse is interested in different religions, different cultures, different languages, they could be a polyglot, and they could be a globetrotter, and they could be somebody who is just like so interested in learning about different things. And I think that they just feel really passionate about a lot of things, and it's very exciting to talk to your future spouse because they know a lot, they understand a lot, and they want to continue to learn. They have such like an open mind in terms of learning and sharing knowledge, and they love to share about the things that they know and the things that they have learned, and have an exchange of knowledge with people. So I did forget to talk about that, so I wanted to say that. And then, okay, we do have the Storyteller card, which says ability to experience and express life through stories and symbols. And that would absolutely go hand in hand with what I was just saying. I think that they love to talk about it could be that they have a lot of stories, you know, if they've traveled a lot and been like in different parts of the world, different cultures, they might love to share stories of personal experiences that they've had. And or it could be, this card does have music notes on it, it could be that if your future spouse is not great at expressing their emotions just by having a conversation with somebody, because it might be it's too immediate, it's too painful, it's too uncomfortable to maybe like just have a personal conversation about an uncomfortable topic, your future spouse might express those feelings in either through music or through artwork or through writing or through some other creative form of storytelling. That is very important to them, and that might be where this Ace of Wands is coming in, of like a creative project. It could be that whatever their job is related to a creative project that they feel really passionate about. And unfortunately, there might be a message here that they tried to get a project off the ground and it didn't work out at that time, but they're a natural storyteller. That I think is something they feel really passionate about, and with all this communicative energy up here, I think they're really, really good at communication and at communicating things in a certain way. And I also just noticed that this color is the sorry, this card is the color of the heart chakra as well. And so that could be another connection here, that this is how your future spouse is healing their heart chakra, is by telling their story and their experiences and sharing that with the world and with other people in a symbolic way. So maybe again, in like a creative or artistic or musical way that is significant for them. And I'm showing that just I think I didn't mention, first of all, you know, your future spouse could also be an Aquarius, because it's more Aquarius energy, but this might also be saying that your future spouse might have been trying to do something that was not in alignment with their authentic self. It could be that their heart lies in a creative venture, and they might have, there might have been some expectation that they follow a different route and maybe just get like a corporate 9-to-5 job because that's, you know, that's like stable money, you know, and they might have felt pressured to do that, and they might be taking a step back from that right now and saying, okay, well, I need to reflect on my priorities and start healing my heart and doing things that are in alignment with my divine purpose. So, you know, and again, even if they don't practice spirituality that way, that I think is part of where they are on their current path, if that makes sense. And then, okay, then the last card that we have here is Engineer, which says, ability to give creative energy a practical expression, talent for designing resolutions to common dilemmas. So the creative energy, practical expression definitely would vibe for me. First of all, in terms of, you know, creative expression, you know, but it's also this cerebral, mind-oriented, perhaps spiritually connected, intellectual wisdom stuff up here. and taking those ideas and that passion and that the creativity from the crown, where it might have, or the third eye with the color on this card, it might have been a talent that has been gifted by spirit, taking that and bringing it down through the chakras, through down to the root where with the Queen of Pentacles here, it can be manifested in the physical world. So it's like your future spouse is not just great at at being an idea person. They are fantastic. They're a fantastic idea person. I think they have a lot of really creative ideas, and creative problem solving might be like a really big part of their job and something that they're very well known for, because they have such like an expansive knowledge about different things that are relevant to whatever they're doing. And they have such curiosity. They have such an innate understanding of the way that the universe works, that they're just like able to, I just heard they can see in the 4D, like they're, you know, they're a fantastic idea person, and they're also able to bring those ideas into the physical world and create something with that idea and ground it into the physical world. This Queen of Pentacles energy here, of like making the idea real and saying like, that's, you know, this is great. And like wanting to express myself through writing a song on the guitar is great. I need to, you know, invest in guitar lessons, figure out if I can buy or rent a guitar somewhere, or, you know, if there's a practice space. I need to maybe learn how to read sheet music. You know, I need to maybe invest in taking guitar lessons, songwriting lessons. If I'm going to be singing my own song, I need to, you know, there's practical concerns and considerations to every creative idea. And I think that your future spouse is great at both. Which probably makes them extremely good at their jobs, what I'm saying. And again, that would kind of reiterate for me that your future spouse, they might have created a job for themselves because they have so many talents that are specific to them and who they are. And it might be related to their tendency to take on too much. Of, you know, they're the idea person and they're also the action person, and maybe it's okay to delegate some of those parts to somebody else. You know, it's like not needing to be a one-man band, so to speak. You know, you can have other people there to help and support you. You know, and there's kind of a juxtaposition here, because some of the messages of the Astro Dice are talking about your future spouse as somebody who relies on interpersonal relationships and knowing how to talk to people and connect with people as part of their job, and really feeling a lot of compassion for other people as part of their job. It's like networking is probably really important. And it's a natural skill that your future spouse has. And at the same time, there are messages here about not honoring their own feelings, not honoring their own needs. And it could be that your future spouse wants to be the healer for everybody else and for the world as a whole. And what they're realizing right now is, first, they have to heal themselves. With that said, I am going to leave the first part of your reading here, and we are going to move on to your future spouse's first impressions of you. Alright, Pile 2, so I'm going to start with your oracle cards here. And first we have, oh my god, it's so cute. Okay, first we have the Otter Spirit, which says you are never alone. And what's interesting is that I think this is one of the only cards in the deck that has like a heart, has a heart symbol on it. And the Otter Spirit, like otters are very cute, and they're known, I think they're known for holding hands, and with it, you are never alone. I think that if this is this person's like first impression of you, there might have been, you might meet this person in a circumstance where, and the otters can also symbolize friendship, and so there it might be a circumstance where you are with your friends, and you have some sort of display of affection with your maybe with your best friend or somebody in your friends group, somebody that you feel affectionate towards, and I think that your future spouse has an opportunity to witness you displaying physical affection for somebody that you care about. So either giving somebody a really warm hug, comforting somebody in some way, holding hands with a friend or a family member. Perhaps, you know, 42 reduces to 6, which in numerology is connected with the family. So you might have like a younger family member, and you might be like kind of holding their hand while you're walking around. There just might be some gesture of love and affection that you're giving to somebody that I think really resonates with your future spouse, because we have all this Libra energy for them up here, and I think that they value expressing love and affection in a compassionate way. And it could also be that because there's a message about like physical affection with this card, it could be that your future spouse, one of their love languages might be physical touch. And so seeing you being physically affectionate with somebody, I think is really meaningful for them. And it communicates to them that you are somebody who has a big heart. And you're probably somebody that they want to get to know, and they will, because this is your future spouse. So, and it could also be if this is a family member that you're hugging or holding hands with or whatever, that could also communicate to your future spouse that you value family, and that is one of your values. And I think that your future spouse really likes that. You know, they could be, again, they could see you being affectionate towards your friends or your family, and I think that they really like that about you, like immediately, right off the bat. And with you are never alone, you know, there's a message that when they meet you, you will not be alone. And then there's another deeper message that, like, you are never alone, for me, talks about also the presence of spirit. And, you know, and I think that your future spouse is interested in spirituality. Whether or not they would say that they're practicing that, right now, I think that that they are like interested in that. And it could be that in your first meeting you have some opportunity to express that you feel connected to spirit, or that you are connected with your spirit guides in some way, and that might also be something that your future spouse hears you saying that, and it kind of piques their interest because they're so interested in exploring exploring different ways of thinking about things, different ways of doing things. And it could be that your future spouse has never like really heard about spirit guides and they're like instantly interested in what you're saying. So that could be something that resonates for you, and it could also be, you know, there's literally a heart. They're in the shape of a heart. So there could be a connection here between what I was seeing in the previous part of the reading with your future spouse working on their heart chakra and going through like a heart chakra expansion, that they might feel a connection to you immediately in their heart, if that resonates for you. Oh, and the other thing that's coming up is because otters are so cute, and this card is so cute, there could be a message that your future spouse thinks you're cute, and that's like part of their first impression of you is just that you're really cute. So again, take that however it resonates. Some people don't like being called cute, and I can understand that, but that's just something that's coming through. Oh, okay. Okay. Oh, this is interesting. So, we have the hero/heroine archetype, which says passion for a journey of personal empowerment, which is interesting because it's like there's some aspect to your first meeting with your future spouse where you're interacting, you're seeing each other and noticing each other for the first time, where they're able to see the growth and personal development that you have gone through in your life. It's personal empowerment. And this could also, if you were resonating with the idea of maybe you have some opportunity to share about like a spiritual experience that might have been meaningful for you, that might have driven home the idea for you that your spirit guides are always with you. If that resonates for you, you might be talking about that or sharing about that. You might even be telling a friend about that, and your future spouse might overhear you talking about this and just be like really kind of in awe of your ability to go through some sort of experience and learn and grow from it, because I think that it's likely that your future spouse, at least right now, is on this journey. And so if you identify as having been through a journey like this, like your own journey of personal empowerment, there's some way in which they're able to see that about you. And I think they're just like kind of in awe, and they want to learn. I think they want to learn from you. Like, how did you do it? How was it? What did you do? Like, what are your spiritual practices? What are your, how do you overcome this? How, did you ever face this obstacle? I think that that might be honestly how your future spouse comes towards you, with like that the curiosity energy of the 9th house there, of like wow, I'm like a wow pile too, like you really did this. That's very impressive, and I want to learn about it because it's so interesting to me. And I think that that is something that your future spouse is really going to be interested in about you, is like learning about your hero's journey that you've been on. And then I also want to point out that this card is the orange color that is associated with the sacral chakra, which can talk about like creativity and emotions, and it's also related with sexuality. So that could be saying that your future spouse is attracted to you immediately. They do think you're cute, so that wouldn't be surprising. But there is also a mature energy with this hero card, so it's they're not like infantilizing you if you're concerned about that. Just saying. But there's a connection with the sacral chakra here, which might be also, if you're resonating with the idea that your future spouse might express themselves through music or storytelling or writing or artistic expression of some sort, that might also be something that you're interested in. That might be something that you do. You might be a musician. You might be just learning, just in the learning stages. Or you might be like writing poetry or doing some other form of creative expression that might be a way for you to express this journey that you've been on, in like a creative way. like expressing your emotions in a creative way. That might be like a point of contact between you and your future spouse. That might be like how you meet your future spouse is, you know, like at an open mic night or something like that, if that resonates for you. If, you know, there could be other interpretations here. This could honestly, the first thing that popped into my head when I saw this card, and it's probably just because it's relevant to me in my own life, so it was the first example that came to me, is being in a support group. For what, you know, whatever that is, because it's like in a support group setting, it is normal to express, you know, things that are like part of our painful emotional journey to people that we don't know very well. It's in a therapeutic environment, and it is normal to be around, you know, strangers, people we might never have met before, and talk about like deeply distressing topics, but like, how did we overcome them? How did we get through this? You know, how did we connect with our spirituality on a really hard journey? You know, and sharing about that stuff. So that could be something that resonates for somebody watching, and I also wanted to mention that because it was something that did come to me. But there could be like other, like, countless examples of how you might be expressing something that you've been through, and I think that your future spouse is going to watch you talking about this, whether you're just sharing it with a friend, or, you know, and they overhear, or whatever it is, and they're going to be really intrigued by that and by you. Okay, and then we have forgiving and learning. As you release and heal the past, you experience more love in present moments. And that's interesting. So that's interesting. This could be fully related to what your future spouse, like where they are at in terms of their own healing and their own journey. It could be that if you are further along in your healing journey than they are, that they know that they can learn from you and learn from your experience. If you have been working on forgiveness for yourself about things that have happened to you in your past, then again, I just think that that might be something that your future spouse recognizes that you can share knowledge about and help each other with. And it could also be that if you might be expressing affection in some way, maybe towards somebody who is part of your past, who you know might not always have had a great relationship with, or something else that just came to me is like, this could even be like you're out in public and you decide to hug your dad, and your future spouse has a really bad relationship with their own father, and they might see that it might spark something in their heart. And so there is, again, a lot of different ways to interpret this card, but it could be that if if they see you in this archetype already, you might have healed stuff that your future spouse is just beginning to heal, and I think they're learning about forgiveness, and especially if they're going through a heart chakra expansion, they might be like in the middle of that during the first time that you guys meet. And you might not get together immediately. You might not start dating immediately. You might start out as friends, however that resonates for you. And either way, I think that the two of you are probably going to learn a lot from each other, but this is just their first impression of you, has to do with forgiving and learning about people. And because that's such like a deep message, I think that my interpretation about you are gonna meet your future spouse in a setting where it is like not only acceptable but encouraged to share about your experiences with this type of thing. So again, there could really be anything. It could even just be like sharing stories around a campfire, but it's like you, I think, are at a place in your healing, at least at the time when you first meet your future spouse, where you are willing and able to share about these kind of things, and about how you have overcome certain challenges and obstacles in your life. And I think that honestly, this card might be saying you make your future spouse feel less alone in whatever they're going through, because you might be communicating that you have been through similar things and that you got through it. And that might be something that is really, really meaningful for your future spouse. And honestly, I'm feeling a weight on my chest when I'm saying that. So that might be like a confirmation that there's some element of that involved in your first meeting with your future spouse. And then, so this is interesting. We have pay attention to the red flags with the signs are cautioning you. And we can interpret that a couple of ways. And again, this is their first impression of you. So this is, you know, when they don't know you that well. And this is your future spouse. So, you know, you will eventually, if part of their first impression of you is that there are red flags, they'll be dispelled because you're going to end up married. So it's not anything to worry about. But there might be similarities for your future spouse that are similar to maybe relationships or people that they've had in the past, or with people they've had in the past that didn't work out. And so you might, part of their first impression might be that you remind them of somebody who hurt them in some way, whether, even if it's just something really superficial, like maybe you're like wearing the same skirt as their, you know, ex-girlfriend, or you know, whatever. It could be anything, but they could also be, if they're healing their heart chakra, they could also be like maybe a little bit too discerning, you know, maybe being a little overly cautious about that kind of thing. And this could also be saying, this could just be adding more context to how you're going to meet your future spouse in terms of like where you know, the situation you're in during your first meeting. Could be talking about a situation where you're discussing red flags in relationships that might be related to like things that you've overcome, heart chakra healing, forgiving and learning people. Might also be addressing, okay, what are red flags in relationships and how do I avoid them? So there could also even be, like, I'm kind of getting like you know, like a student mentor kind of dynamic here. It might not literally be like student teacher, but there might be like, you just might have more experience than your future spouse does in terms of this type of thing, and you might be helping them, like even helping them identify red flags in their own life, and they might be learning from you in some way about that kind of thing. So that could also be an interpretation there that might make a little bit more sense than, you know, they see red flags immediately, because I'm not necessarily getting that sense. And then we have stay optimistic about your love life, which says positive thinking and faith will bring you romance. And see, that makes a lot more sense to me than the idea that you're bringing up red flags. Like this, I think the interpretation I would go with for this card has to do with the fact that you're in some situation here where the topic of red flags in relationships is going to come up in conversation, or it's relevant to how the two of you meet. And again, it could be like a support group of some kind, or it could be, you know, when you're getting together in like a writing group, you know, maybe you're taking a class about like writing a memoir or something like that. And so there's opportunities to share about that kind of thing with people that you don't know very well. But with stay optimistic about your love life, I think that this is, you know, based on what I was seeing with the Neptune energy there, I think that that is something that your future spouse is good at, is looking on the bright side. And I think that they do believe in the power of positive thinking and the law of attraction. And I think that they do have faith in divine timing and positive things happening in the universe. And I think that that's something that they are learning about right now. And it could be that you are at a place where you are just more experienced when it comes to this type of stuff. And I think that it could honestly be you're having a conversation with, because they're so cerebral, these might not even be their first impressions of you. This could be what you're talking about with your future spouse. And they're just so focused on the topic of conversation that that is what is coming out in the cards here. It's like this, your first conversation with your future spouse is like, well, we need to work on forgiveness and learning from our experiences, because there's always something to learn, even when it's painful. It's important to pay attention to the red flags. Here are some common red flags. Here are red flags I've noticed in my own relationships. And it's it's also important to stay optimistic about things, because we know that, you know, the people that are meant to be in our lives will stay in our lives. And when we grow and evolve, unfortunately, we have to let go of some people and some certain ties in our life sometimes, because we've evolved away from that person. And that's okay, because when, you know, when we work on positive energy, law of attraction, manifestation work, and having faith in the universe and in divine timing, that's when we usually receive our abundance. And honestly, that might be the way to interpret these romance cards here, the Romance Angel Oracle cards, as like, this is what you're talking about. And by having this conversation, you're going to let your future spouse know that they're not alone. There's like a really comforting feeling with this card. I think they're going to feel comforted by you, whether you like physically comfort them or not. You might be a tactile person, or you might not be, whatever. This is just their first impression of you. But you might offer your future spouse a hug, especially if you're talking about like painful or difficult things that have to do with relationships, and it's like really meaningful to them. You know, I'm getting the sense, like, again, I'm getting that pressure on my chest of like, kind of being blindsided by a heavy emotion that might come up during your first meeting with your future spouse. Either way, it's going to be intense. This first impression is what I'm getting, and I think that they're really going to admire the journey that you have been on and the things that you have learned and integrated from your journey. I think they're really going to admire you and look up to you and want to learn from you. And that's, again, I'm feeling very emotional right now. So I'm just going to get into the tarot cards and we'll see what comes out. What can you tell me about pile 2's spouse's first impressions of them, Spirit? Okay, that's way too many cards. Okay. What can you tell me about pile 2 spouse's first impressions, Spirit? Oh, okay. All right, what can you... Oh, okay. All right, so we have the Two of Swords, which is funny because I was mentioning all this air energy that we were getting in pile 1 as well, and I think that they also had the Two of Swords come out as their first impression, their future spouse's first impression of them. So again, if you did feel drawn to pile 1, there might be messages there for you as well. But I will say your future spouses do seem to be, there are significant differences between them. So, you know, just whatever resonates for you. All right. Pile 2's future spouse's first impressions. What can you tell me? Oh, okay. Oh, amazing. I want to say this card did also come out for pile 1. It may be a little bit of a different message, but though. Okay. Oh, okay. Amazing. Beautiful. Okay. I'm sorry if the cards are crooked. I'll try to fix them in a sec. Pile 2's spouses. Oh, okay. Oh, wow, okay. Oh, wow, okay. Sorry, I keep saying wow. Yeah, okay. This is amazing. This is definitely confirming some things for me. So I am going to take the back of the deck because I did it for pile 1. And, you know, when I saw it, I was like, yeah, that makes sense. So we are starting with the Two of Swords, and I am going to interpret this slightly differently than I did for pile 1. With pile 1, I was getting the sense that their future spouse was just kind of blown away by them. Not to say that yours isn't, but just, you know, and I think that for them it was like their future spouse felt like they had to take a step back immediately because it was too intense immediately, whereas I believe that your future spouse is going to lean in to your connection immediately. I think that and what's interesting is this is the second time today that I've received a phone call while I'm filming, which almost never happens. And so there could be a connection with speaking over the phone in some way. If that resonates for you, only take it if it resonates. I am getting the sense that this is probably a meeting that's going to happen face to face, just because it's like so in depth, you know, such an in-depth conversation. But it could be something that happens over Zoom, if that resonates for you. But you just take it however it resonates, and then. So the way I would interpret this Two of Swords might be that your future spouse this might be their energy. They're feeling confused. And like they might be feeling like they don't know how to move forward, especially if they're working on healing their heart chakra. And so this might be additional context as to how the two of you are going to meet, or just like a confirmation of the idea that you're going to have this like really in-depth conversation about, you know, about your soul's journey and your spiritual path, and learning from past relationships, and like just like this is a very interesting first conversation to have with somebody, and I think it's really going to help your future spouse kind of put things into perspective. And that could even be saying that, like, what we were seeing from the previous part of the reading in terms of you can see clearly now with the owl spirit, I think maybe their meeting with you is going to help them to gain a higher perspective on certain things that have happened in their life. It could even be that you've already met this person, or you already know this person, and you like were kind of resonating with what I was saying here and saying, like, could this be the same person? You know, or maybe you're already in a relationship, but it could be that you do already know this person, and you're helping them heal their heart chakra. And because they might have felt like they were very confused about it, and you're helping them with that. That could be a possible interpretation of why the Two of Swords is here. But, you know, again, it could honestly be, especially because it's being immediately followed by the Nine of Cups here, it could be that the original interpretation is true of, like, your future spouse is blown away by you. And especially with all this, like the Page of Wands, Queen of Wands, Hero kind of energy here, like I just think that as soon as you get to talking, you might start talking about something that you're both very passionate about, and your passion comes through. And I think that your future spouse is going to feel like maybe, again, a little bit knocked off balance, a little bit blown away. One of their first impressions of you is that you are exactly the type of person that they're looking for. You are their wish fulfillment. You have 9 cups. You know, it's like you are the thing that they want. And you represent to them emotional fulfillment. And this could even be saying, if we're going to interpret this slightly differently, this could even be saying you might be represented by the figure on this card you're just like sitting there like, I got 9 cups, I'm pretty happy, you know. And it could be, you could be maybe even teaching your future spouse about things like manifestation and the law of attraction, and how it has worked for you already in your own life, and they're seeing you there as somebody who is very fulfilled, and who also can offer them like the things out of a relationship that they want out of a relationship, whether they immediately see you as a romantic prospect or not. We're not getting messages about that in this spread. It doesn't mean that it's not true. But I just think that your future spouse is somebody who is so intellectual that it might not even occur to them to see you in a romantic light, even if they have like an initial impression of you that you're very cute, you know, but I think they're just so interested in what you're talking about that might kind of go to the back of their brain until maybe you've had like a few more interactions, if that makes sense. But I do think they're really going to kind of lean into your connection, because I think that it's likely that the both of you feel passionate about something that you have in common. And then I think there's a really interesting connection here between the Page of Wands and the Fool. because it's like almost a similar energy of somebody who's excited to explore, excited to go on an adventure, starting a new journey, perhaps after a tower moment. It's like I'm ready to explore, I'm ready to get out there, and it is that ninth house energy, that Sagittarian kind of vibe of exploration and expansion, that I think that your future spouse sees you being in this energy, and this again would resonate for me as you are probably somebody who's like much further along in terms of your spiritual journey and working on your shadow self and doing spiritual work. You're like more of an expert on it than your future spouse is. I think they're interested in learning about it because they can see that even though you might be like an authority on this kind of stuff, you are still in a very receptive energy. You are still in an energy where you're like, I'm just taking it one day at a time. I want to see what adventure I can go on tomorrow. You know, I want to see what's out there. I want to go exploring. I feel passionate about this new adventure that I'm starting because I've done the shadow work, because I've been on my hero's journey. I've climbed to the peak of the mountain, and now I want to see what else is out there. What's the next mountain? You know, and I think they're very inspired. They're very inspired by you. That's a way to put it. And that, you know, that again, confirming for me, you've probably closed out a painful cycle in your life. And again, it might have ended in a tower moment. And you're in an energy of starting over with passion and joy and faith in the fact that you are being divinely supported and divinely guided. And that's part of your future spouse's first impressions of you. And with this Tower card here, that would make total sense to me if you're talking about something that happened in your life that was something you needed to overcome, something that kind of maybe shook your foundation. There might have been some big shocking change, sudden shocking change or tower moment in your life that happened that was like very scary, very traumatic, very painful, and you have overcome that in some way. And so I think that, again, this is something that your future spouse immediately finds very inspiring about you. And I think that they're going to really look to you for advice and guidance in how they can deal with their own life circumstances. And especially that Five of Pentacles that might have happened to them might have been recent. I don't know. But either way, I think that they're very much in awe of you. And then we do have the Queen of Wands on the back of the deck. This kind of energy here might be saying you might be a fire sign. Just take that however it resonates. So that would be Leo, Sagittarius, Aries, you know, Sun, Moon, or Rising. There might have been, and it could just have been because you were talking about something that you felt passionate about. You might have come through as having a more of a fiery energy. With this Queen of Wands, I think that even if you feel like you might not be like a confident public speaker, or like you can't imagine sharing something in a group, or you've never written a song before, you don't know what that is referring to. When you have your first meeting with your spouse, you are going to come across as somebody who is confident and charismatic and very funny and fun-loving. And I think you're going to be able to communicate your story and the lessons that you've learned in a way that is like maybe framed as it's just like an interesting narrative style, if that resonates for you. And it's, again, you're coming across as somebody who is like a very sociable and easy to get along with. And it, you know, if this is resonating for you, like that would make sense. What I was seeing about like your first meeting, you might be with a group of friends, or in a, like, if you're resonating with the idea of, you know, maybe it's like a songwriting workshop or a support group of some kind, or in a coffee shop, you're just talking about certain experiences. It's like this could also be the Queen of Wands could also be saying that is going to happen when you're with a group of friends and you're kind of like, you're in your element. You're talking about something that you have a lot of experience with, that you feel very passionate about, and you're like you're sharing in a way that is coming across as you being, again, very charismatic and funny. Like you might be able to take a story about something that is intensely painful and use humor to kind of add some lightness to it, if that resonates for you. So that's just another thing that's coming through. And with that said, that is where I'm going to leave this part of your reading, pile 2. I do hope that you have enjoyed this video. If you're interested in learning more about what your relationship with your future spouse is going to be like, that will be in the extended reading, and we will also take a look at what your wedding day is going to be like. So if you're interested in that, the link will be in the description. And with that said, thank you very much for watching. If you liked this video, please feel free to give it a like. Please comment down below, let me know how it resonated with you. And if you like my channel and you want to see more from me, you can feel free to subscribe. And with all of that said, thank you very much for watching pile 2, and I do hope to see you in my next video. Hello pile 3, and welcome to your reading about your future spouse. If you chose the Affirmator's Tarot, then this is going to be your reading for today. And the first part of the reading, we're going to get some information about who your future spouse is, and then we're going to move into their first impressions of you. And then in the extended reading, we're going to take a look at your relationship with your future spouse, get a little bit deeper into that, and then get some information about your wedding day. So if you're interested in the extended reading, the link will be in the description. And with that said, let's get started. I want to start with the Astro Dice. I have pre-rolled them just because I wanted to be able to set them up like that. I hope that it is clear the way that I've done this. There are 3 sets of dice, this set, and that set, that go together, but there is also kind of like an overall energy here. So we're starting with Leo in the South Node and the 3rd house. We have Gemini, the Sun, and the 1st house. And then we have Libra, Neptune, and the 11th house. And for me, that's talking about your future spouse is probably very, very social, probably an excellent communicator, almost definitely a social butterfly with a gigantic friends group, and probably a pretty outgoing person. And what's interesting about Leo and the South Node is that your future spouse might be working through some past life karma related to, they might have been famous in a past life or had a lot of power and influence, and or had, you know, been famous and had a lot of power and influence, and they might have in a past life use that for selfish reasons, or to, you know, they might have like used people in a past life, and in this life they're getting the opportunity to work through that karma from their past life. That's what I'm getting from Leo in the South Node and the 3rd house there. Leo and the 3rd house might also be saying that the reason why your future spouse has an opportunity to work through that past life karma in this lifetime might be because they are also famous in this lifetime. And it can be like, I'm not talking about, you know, maybe like an A-list celebrity. This might be just that they have a certain level of recognition and power and influence in whatever their chosen career field is. They might be extremely well known in their field, even if they're not like a household name, or like, you know, not recognizable to people who are not involved in whatever field that they're in. I think that it is likely, though, with all of the social energy here, and especially the Leo energy here, that your future spouse loves being in the spotlight. I think they really love receiving positive attention, and it's not like they're kind of like, it's like a natural performer energy. It's not in like a narcissistic way, and specifically because that might have been some of their past life karma, and in this lifetime it's an opportunity for them to also have recognition and power and influence, and to choose to do something different with it. And I think that they are, with the Libra, Neptune, and 11th house energy at the end there, that's telling me that I think your future spouse really cares a lot about how they're perceived by other people, and they really, really care a lot about not hurting other people's feelings, and being really careful with the words that they choose, so that you know, that they can maintain like harmonious relationships with people. I think that again, like they really pay attention to how other people are like receiving what they're saying. And it's not because like, it's not in a shallow way where they're like, I need to be perceived as a good person. It's in a way of like, I don't want to accidentally hurt someone's feelings. I don't want to accidentally offend anybody, because that's not my intention, and I want to make people feel good. That's where it's coming from. It's like a genuine desire to provide happiness and joy to other people, perhaps through performing of some kind. I mean, your future spouse might be a performer. They could be a musician. They could be some form of storyteller, you know, however that applies. And I think that in this current lifetime, your future spouse has a lot of confidence. With the Gemini Sun and first house energy, like your future spouse has a really solid sense of who they are, and they can easily communicate that. And I think that really helps them connect with other people and like create and maintain healthy relationships with other people, because they bring their genuine selves to the way that they communicate. And it's like they might be very careful about what they say, just because they don't want to hurt anybody's feelings. And at the same time, they're going to speak their truth. They're going to be genuine. And it's like a genuine desire to make other people feel good through social means, by, you know, by saying kind words. And words of affirmation might be one of your future spouse's love languages. And there's an additional message with the Neptune energy here, the Libra, Neptune, 11th house energy there. I think that your future spouse generally keeps a positive attitude and wants to believe the best of people. And, you know, it's interesting because that would kind of speak to me about maybe a little bit of naivete that could be taken advantage of, except we also have that Gemini Sun and first house energy of like a strong sense of self. And so I think that it could even be that people might have tried to take advantage of your future spouse because they you know, they have that like really open, really friendly demeanor, and it's genuine. And at the same time, they have a solid sense of boundaries, and that I don't think your future spouse is somebody who would lose themselves in a relationship, because they just have like a really confident core, if that makes sense. So honestly, it's a pretty balanced energy. And then of course, with the three signs that we have here, we have Leo, Gemini, and Libra. That could also be saying that your future spouse might be Leo, Gemini, or Libra, Sun, Moon, or Rising. There might be a Gemini Sun, since that did come out in the dice. But just take it however it resonates, because this is also just kind of giving like a broad overview of your future spouse's personality using the dice. So those might not be their placements, but I just wanted to say that. And there could also be other things that you might be seeing in the Astro Dice that I'm not seeing. But if you do, feel free to share that in the comments. So with that said, I am going to move into the tarot. Can you tell me about pile 3's future spouse? Can you tell me about pile 3's future spouse, Spirit? Can you tell me? Okay. Oh, okay. That we have the Six of Wands right off the bat, kind of confirming for me the idea that first of all, your future spouse might be a sun sign, and if they, sorry, a fire sign. And I said sun because I was thinking about Leo, particularly Leo, if that resonates for you. Okay, that's way too many cards. And they're probably prominent in their field. They're probably well recognized in their field, whatever work they do. Okay, we do have the Five of Swords. We have the Moon. Okay, I'm going to try and fit everything in here. We have the Five of Wands. think I can get one more card in there. I love the Affirmators deck because it's so cute, but the cards are very big. So, okay. Okay, and then we have the Wheel of Fortune. Okay, so starting over here with the Six of Wands. The Six of Wands talks about victory, recognition, being successful, and receiving praise and validation for whatever you're doing. It is associated with things such as fame, having influence, and that's why I'm saying like this Leo South Node, 3rd house. It's likely that your future spouse is well recognized in their field. They might have a degree of fame for what they do. Again, I don't want to say they're like an A-list celebrity because there's lots of people watching. So but they could be very much celebrated in their field, and it could be that if you are familiar with the industry that they work in, they're like one of the top names in that industry. But if you're not familiar with the industry, you might not recognize this person's name or their face, if that makes sense. But it's like, it could be that when your future spouse, it could be that when people talk about your future spouse, and somebody is like, it could be that somebody that's familiar with the industry that they work in is like, oh my God, pile 3's future spouse, like, of this person, they're so amazing, they're so impressive, and it could be something like that, where they are recognized by people who are familiar with the type of work that they do, but it's not necessarily like a household name. If that resonates for you, and it's like if they have a degree of fame or power, influence, recognition in this lifetime, it is an opportunity for them to work through karma related to a past lifetime where they used their fame and influence and power for selfish gain, like walking over people, and that would honestly be confirmed for me in the cards that we have here. And there's an interesting way. I'm getting a lot of messages, so I'm going to try to remember everything. But there's an interesting way to kind of interpret these cards, that your future spouse in the past might have embodied this Five of Swords energy. It's like in both lifetimes, they have a degree of fame or recognition or influence. In the past lifetime, they may have embodied this Five of Swords energy. In this lifetime, they may be embodying the Five of Wands. But the Five of Swords is talking about, honestly, like being willing to do anything to get to the top. It's like it is that energy of being very cutthroat, being willing to step over people to achieve something. It's like, I got what I wanted, but it was at what cost? Maybe at the cost of my humanity, maybe at the cost of my moral compass, and so we could interpret it that way, that like this is the karma from a past life that they're working through. This is how they're embracing it in this current lifetime. And this is not a healthy energy for somebody to be in. This can also be saying that as part of working through that karma, your future spouse might have had a lot of interactions with people, a lot of experiences with people who are in this Five of Swords energy in this lifetime. So, they might have dealt with a lot of people who were in that cutthroat sort of energy, who were willing to do whatever it took to get to the top, who were willing to climb over your future spouse to get what they wanted. And I think that your future spouse learned a lot of lessons by dealing with people like that, dealing with toxic energy, and just like a negative emotional environment. And I think that by dealing with that in this lifetime, and it might have been earlier on when your future spouse was just starting to achieve a certain level of recognition, that they had a lot of these experiences, and it was an opportunity for them to realize the way that they don't want to be, things that they don't want to embrace. And I think in a past life, they leaned into this energy, and in this lifetime, they're leaning away from it. And I think that the moon here is really important. I think that even though there's all this bright, friendly, outgoing, social energy that is associated, like I'm picking up on somebody who might have like an orange or gold or yellow, like bright yellow aura. They attract a lot of attention and they really like being social, but with the moon card, and it's that green color associated with the heart chakra, I think they've learned to protect their heart. They've learned to keep their emotions, their emotional self, deep inside them. And not necessarily in an unhealthy way. It might just be that because they've had this Five of Swords experiences with toxic people, social climbers, people who are just after them for clout, etc., and were willing to do literally anything to achieve a certain level of fame, because they've had these bad experiences with people, they are very private about things that really matter to them. I think they have like a really deep emotional world that they keep under wraps, because they've learned that it's not safe to be vulnerable around everyone. And that's kind of where I'm getting this dichotomy, the juxtaposition between like a really open-hearted energy with the Libra Neptune 11th house, and wanting to believe the best in people, and really wanting genuine connections with other people, and wanting harmonious relationships with other people, and having an open heart chakra, juxtaposed with this Gemini Sun first house energy of, I know who I am and I am going to clearly communicate my boundaries. And it's like there's a core of strength in your future spouse, and we can even associate this Leo energy here with the Strength card in the tarot of, again, like I know who I am, and I don't need to be forceful. I don't need to throw my weight around. I don't need to bare my teeth and use the fact that I'm a lion to get what I want. I don't need to do any of that. I know who I am, and I can choose to still be friendly and open and outgoing, because I know that I am protecting my heart. I have strong boundaries. That's basically what I'm trying to communicate. Your future spouse has learned how to have really strong boundaries, and I think that they do. They have an intensely private side that is attached to their heart chakra, that I think when they're in a relationship, and particularly in a romantic relationship, where there's a lot of like emotional intimacy involved, I think that your future spouse really likes to keep their private life private, because it's important to them, and because they understand that there are people out there who will use their emotions and use their private world against them. And they might even have had experiences where, like in past romantic connections, where other people sabotage the connection just because they could, or because they were jealous, or because they wanted what your future spouse had, or because they just wanted to take your future spouse down a peg. It's that kind of energy, and I think that has created a situation where your future spouse has learned to again, like to keep their feelings, their deep emotions private. And it can even be like they might have a really, really big social circle and a lot of like casual friends. But I think that they have probably a really, really small core group of trusted people who get to see deeper into who your future spouse is. And there's a depth here that is hidden with all this outgoing energy here, outgoing, fun-loving, bright energy. And then there's a hidden depth there with the moon card. That's how I would interpret it being there, because at the moon it talks about like things that are hidden, and the moon is also very much associated with emotions and our emotional body. And I think that And again, it is that color of the heart chakra. So that would tell me that I think your future spouse has a very balanced, healthy heart chakra, but they've just learned that it's not safe to share their heart with everybody, even if they like to share their energy with other people. And the energy of the Five of Wands, the reason why I'm saying there was like a juxtaposition here, and this can be talking about your future spouse used to be in this energy, like in a past life. But because they're working through that karma in this lifetime, I think they've embraced the energy of the Five of Wands, which is a healthy energy. It can talk about conflict. And I think that there is a message here that your future spouse has had to overcome conflict, especially with the Five of Swords card, but they've learned how to do it. And I think they've learned how to embrace healthy competition and use it as a way to encourage themselves to be better, to do better. And that's kind of how I'm interpreting it. Like, they can see, they know that there are people around them. There are people who might even be hiding in their social group. There, you know, there are people in their industry, a lot of people probably in their industry, who are willing to do whatever it takes to get what your future spouse has. And they're even your future spouse is challenging themselves never to go there, and instead to do better, to be better, to help lift other people up, to help, it's like a friendly competition. I'm even getting the sense that your future spouse really likes and is energized by the idea that they're comparing themselves. I think there's two things that are popping into my head. I think they're comparing themselves to themselves in terms of the progress that they're making towards their goals. I think they might be very competitive with themselves, of like, you know, I want to get to this next milestone, you know, and I got to my previous milestone in this amount of time, so I want to get to the next milestone in that amount of time. It's an ambitious sort of energy, and it's like being excited and feeling passionate about beating a time or winning a competition, even if the competition is only with yourself. And there's an energy here of even like your future spouse might have like a group of friends, and this could be people that they are close to and people that they trust, where they have like a friendly competition going of, you know, if they have friends in the same industry, where it's like, you know, okay, my recent, I don't know, my recent album got this many plays on Spotify or something like that, you know, or my new single got this much, this many views, or well, I don't know how it works, but clearly I don't work in that industry, but you know what I mean, like it got this much engagement, and then their friend is like, oh well, mine got this much engagement, and that, but using that as like a friendly competition in a healthy way to kind of galvanize themselves to keep going and keep working and to do better, and to, you know, I think that there's an element of that. Like, I think that your future spouse really likes the idea of like a friendly competition. They might really be into competitive sports, or something like, and maybe even extreme sports is something that's coming to me, you know, and just because they have that kind of like, yes, I want to challenge myself, I want to challenge other people, I want to be challenged, and I find that really exciting and energizing. That's something that's coming through with the Five of Wands. I will say the Five of Wands, again, I did mention, is typically associated with conflict. And we have the dragonflies on this card. They don't look happy, you know, they're like, there's 5 wands, and they're kind of like, you know, it looks like they're like having a fight with the wands. So there could be a message here about needing to learn how to overcome an unhealthy competitive streak, or like needing to learn discernment in terms of when it's okay to challenge someone, when it is okay to push yourself or somebody else. Like, I think that is maybe an important life lesson that your future spouse has learned in this lifetime, has been like how to have a healthy competition with somebody, and where to draw the line, in terms of when a challenge becomes a conflict, or when a challenge becomes upsetting for somebody else. And I think that they have learned that. And they really value that life lesson, because we have this Libra energy here, the Libra Neptune 11th house. Your future spouse cares a lot about not hurting other people's feelings. And it could even be because of experiences they've had in the past. They could have really been bullied, even as a child. Like, I just think that I just heard that the Captain America line, "I don't like bullies." You know, I think that is probably something they feel really passionate about. And so even though they really love the idea of a friendly competition and challenging themselves, and I am getting the sense of somebody who might be very athletic, and really like, you know, setting fitness goals for themselves that they can then compare their progress to, that kind of thing. they know that other people might not like that, and they've learned discernment when it comes to that. That's kind of what I'm getting at with that. And then we have the Wheel of Fortune here. And what's interesting about that, there's a few messages there. First of all, it could be that your future spouse is like innately lucky in this lifetime. That could be something with it is associated with good luck. And that could be something with the Leo energy there, in the third house. Like it could be your future spouse has achieved a level of recognition or fame, or however we want to view this Six of Wands, victory, success, whatever it was, by being in the right place at the right time, by choosing to enter the right industry with the right talents and make the right connections. And there's an element of luck there. And it could be that because your future spouse's soul has entered this lifetime with a mission to work through negative karma related to fame in the past, that the universe kind of cleared the way for your future spouse to achieve a certain level of recognition, so they would have the opportunity to do something different in this lifetime. And what I'm hearing is that they've really embraced that opportunity. The Wheel of Fortune is also associated sometimes with karma. And that's why I feel like there's a connection there. And then we have the two fives. We have the 5 and the 5. And then the 10. So the 5 and the 5 add up to the 10. So that's why I'm like, I feel like these cards, these 2 5 cards, are associated with something that has to do with a karmic cycle for your future spouse. And there's another message here of change with the 5s. The 5s here, 5 in numerology is a number that is associated with change. And so that's another reason why I'm giving the interpretation. In this lifetime, your future spouse has had the opportunity and is working on changing their karma. And starting over with the numerology 10 is a number that is like the end. And in tarot, it's the 10. You have 10 cards in every suit. And then you start back at the 1, and 10 reduces to 1. And so it's like when we work through this, we start again at a new cycle. And it's a positive thing with the Wheel of Fortune upright. And so this is telling me that, like, would just be an indication, your future spouse has already worked through a lot of their karma from the past life, where they were famous and they used their fame for selfish ends, which is a positive message. You know, I think your future spouse really cares about other people, and again, like they're a social butterfly. They love spending time with people. They love sharing their energy with people. It's likely from the energy that I'm picking up that they might be an extrovert in terms of, I think that they get a lot of energy. They're really energized by spending time around other people, which might be a part of the reason why they're so social and why I think they do enjoy being in the spotlight. I think they really liked being recognized, and they also really genuinely love spending time with other people. So that's something that is coming through. And then again, like, even though they have all this like outgoing extroverted energy, there are parts of their heart that they keep really private because they know it's not safe to share their heart with everybody, even though I think that hurts them on some level, because there's that Libra energy of just wanting to have harmonious relationships and wanting to get along with people. And unfortunately, it's not always safe to do that. So that's what's coming through in the tarot cards. And and I do think there's lots of fire energy here, and I think it's likely, probably, that your future spouse has at least some Leo placements. If that resonates for you, there is a Leo energy coming out here. They might also be a Pisces, or they might have like a Pisces moon or a Pisces rising, Pisces somewhere in their chart with the moon card there. But again, just take that however it resonates, because we're just talking about like energy and context here for where your future spouse is at in their life, and it might not be related to their zodiac sign at all. So that's what I'm seeing there. And then we have compassion, which yeah, that would really vibe for me in terms of something that, like, I think this is your future spouse's core life lesson for this lifetime. This is what their soul is trying to learn in this current lifetime, is how to practice compassion for other people. And I think they do feel deeply compassionate. And I think that part of that is, I am getting the sense that, like, this can talk about their current environment where they do have people in their orbit who are in a negative or toxic energy and who do feel jealous of your future spouse and want what they have and would be willing to do anything to get it. I think it's also likely that your future spouse had really bad experiences like early on in their development, and I do think it's likely that they might have been bullied or experienced bullies, or it could even be that somebody else in their life who was really important to them was bullied, like a sibling or a close friend or somebody in their social group might have been bullied. And I can just see your future spouse being like, hell no, you step away from my friend or my sibling, like you back off, you know. And I think that they have like a fiercely protective streak because they have a deep compassion for other people that they have learned how to practice early on in their life. Even though I think this is innate to who they are in this lifetime, this is a genuine compassion for other people. It's not necessarily something that they had to develop. I think it was something that they were born with, but it's like they're using their voice, their platform, their communication abilities to practice that compassion in this lifetime, if that makes sense. Because this is an important part of their soul's journey, is this lifetime is about compassion. And I think that they might have a lot of passionate views related to global issues with the world here. And it could also be that that they travel a lot, or they have a lot of opportunities to travel, maybe related to their job. And that has also helped them, it's helped them develop compassion and empathy, because that's, traveling around does that, because we encounter lots of different people in different parts of the world, and it kind of reinforces the message that, that a lot of the time the differences between different peoples and different cultures are superficial. There's a deeper human-to-human connection that can lead to a lot of compassion for global issues, because people are people all over the world. So I think that is something that your future spouse really believes in and really embraces. So I want to say that, and then and that would be another confirmation that your future spouse is like well on their way through working through whatever karma from a past life that they have in this lifetime. Like they're well on their way through this Wheel of Fortune. And then we have the full moon in Cancer, which says, let your fears dissolve, which is interesting. The fact that it's a full moon, and then we have the moon card here, there might be a connection, again, with like, your future spouse might have a reason to fear intimacy because they've been hurt in the past. And because, again, with these two, even if your future spouse really loves like a healthy competition, I think they've had a lot of bad experiences. And they might have fears related to that, and fears of being hurt. And I think they've been working through that stuff. With let your fears dissolve, I think that that's something that has been like a major part of your future spouse's emotional development, has been like learning how to cope with and manage fears related to past experiences with people that might have created something like a fear of intimacy or a fear of vulnerability, that I think they've been working through with them. But let your fears dissolve, like I think that their fear is dissolving, and I think that that would resonate for me in terms of somebody who has strong boundaries and a strong sense of themselves. There might have been a time in their life when they did not have that, when they didn't have strong boundaries, when they didn't have such a strong sense of self, and they've developed that through their experiences, and they've been working through fears related to that. And I think that might be first of all, that might be one of the reasons why I was getting like a really confident energy from your future spouse. I think that the confidence might not have been innate. It might have been something that has been hard won through doing a lot of self-esteem work and through doing boundary work where they know that their heart is protected. And they don't need to, again, it was like that energy of not needing to be defensive, or like if you're a lion, you don't need to growl. You know, people can see you're a lion, you know, they're not going to mess with you, you know, and because you know you're a lion, you're like, people can come at me with any kind of energy and I don't have to like sit around and accept any kind of treatment. I can choose the kind of people that I let into my life. I get to choose the people that I share my compassionate heart with. And I think that that has helped your future spouse work through whatever fears they have related to vulnerability or intimacy. If that resonates. There could also be a connection with the Cancer energy there to family, and they might have had some issues with their family in the Five of Swords card here, or it could just be, you know, again, even if it's not related to family, it could be connected with how deeply your future spouse feels their emotions, even if it's like emotions towards close friends and or like a romantic partner. I think that your future spouse definitely feels their feelings very deeply. It's like it's the Cancer energy, the full moon energy, and the moon there. There's lots of like lunar energy, lunar influence there, which is, again, would talk to me about emotions. And like, I think that this might also be confirmation that that your future spouse keeps their heart protected, keeps their heart safe, and keeps their private matters private. Because those things are important to them, because, you know, if they're your future spouse, because your relationship is so important to your future spouse, it might be that they do want to keep a lot of that private. And that, honestly, it might be a point of contention in your relationship if you don't like that. You know, if you're somebody who is more into like public displays of affection and things like that, you know, that might be something that you need to work through with your future spouse, and that, you know, just take that however it resonates. But that could also be a reason why we're seeing these messages here, that it could be, you know, your future spouse might, when you initially start dating, they might not want to tell anybody. And it could just be because they don't want you to become a target. They don't want your relationship to become a target for this this Five of Swords, Five of Wands energy in their life. It's like something special to them, and they want to keep it special, like keep it just between the two of you, you know, if that makes sense. So it's not, if that happens in your relationship, it's not coming from a place of maliciousness or wanting to hide you or feeling like they're ashamed of you or anything like that at all. And that's just a message that I'm feeling compelled to give, because I can understand from both sides how the both of you might feel in that situation. And this is just like some context, some explanation for if your future spouse feels that way, this would be the reason why they would be doing those behaviors. So I wanted to say that as well. And then, of course, you know, they might be a Cancer or have Cancer placements with that there. Okay, and then we have the Mouse Spirit, which says, tend to the small things. Which is interesting. I could interpret that multiple ways. It could be that, first of all, your future spouse might be very detail-oriented. And that could have helped them, you know, get ahead in their field. It could be that, you know, as part of their innate luck is just like knowing what to do and where to look. And it could just be like paying attention to a lot of little signs and symbols, if that makes sense. This is also talking to me about a certain level of discernment and perception. And that could be, your future spouse might be a very good judge of character because they've had to learn how to do that. And I think that they might be very conscious of red flags in other people. They might be very aware of the energy that other people are approaching them in, because they have such a big heart and they want to believe the best in people. That's an innate part of their personality, but they've had to learn how to protect themselves. And I think that there's a message there about that, about discernment and perception, like noticing little things about people that might potentially be red flags, because it's like an essential part of their emotional well-being. is protecting themselves. This could even be to perhaps an extreme degree with the moon energy here. Like they keep their emotional stuff very private, and it could even maybe be to a fault. But, you know, I mean, it's just because they have such a big heart and they are so compassionate that, you know, unfortunately, they've learned it's not safe to give their energy to everybody. So that's something that could be coming through there with the mouse spirit. And then I think there's a connection here with the Libra energy of wanting harmony in their relationships and this compassionate energy. I think that, again, there's like your future spouse has learned how to be careful. They've learned to be careful with their words, and they've learned that it's often the small things, the little things that other people might not pay attention to that can build up. It can be that your future spouse knows that it could be like one word said in the wrong tone of voice to somebody who is in a vulnerable place can have a profound impact on that person that that somebody else might not notice in the moment. I think your future spouse is very good at picking up on that. They're very good at picking up when the energy shifts, when somebody doesn't respond well to something that they're saying. And I think that they're very careful because their words might have been misinterpreted in the past. That might have been something that they've had to deal with as they've been, you know, gaining fame and recognition or whatever we're talking about here. You know, that they might have gone through an experience where their words might have been twisted in a certain way, or it could even be that that they did say something careless or do something that was careless, and like rightfully so, people called them out on it, you know. And so I think this is just like tend to the small things. It's like your future spouse is very, very, very careful about what they say and who they say it to and their tone of voice. And it's just with all this social communication energy here, it's like because they understand that it's the small things that add up to who they are and who they are perceived to be. And because they are a compassionate person and they do really care about other people's feelings, they also want to be perceived that way. You know, it hurts them when people think that they don't care because they care so deeply, if that makes sense. So that's what I'm seeing with the mouse spirit there. Okay, so we have the Don Juan archetype, which says, spotlights your positive, seductive qualities. That, honestly, I was going to say it and then I didn't, but when I was talking about the tarot cards, something that did come up for me is I think that it's likely that your future spouse is very charismatic, and they do attract a lot of attention. And I think that they're aware of that, and that might be one of the reasons why they have a sense of confidence about themselves. Like this card, it's the light attributes of this card, and I wouldn't really worry about it. But I think this might just be a confirmation, along with the Six of Wands there, that a lot of people are really interested in your future spouse, and I think that they do feel confident about their level of attractiveness, and and there could be, like, if we're talking about working through karma here, there could be a message here that maybe in an earlier part of their life, your future spouse might have had like a brief time period where where they might have been like enjoying that attention and kind of maybe let it get to their head a little bit. And I think they learned a tough lesson about that somebody in that situation might have ended up getting hurt. Maybe your future spouse, maybe somebody that they were with. And I think that once they realized, like, oh no, it hurts when I hurt other people. Like, oh no, like I didn't intend for this situation to work out this way. I didn't want anybody to get hurt. I think that is when, if this might be a situation that happened, it might not be. It's just a potential thing that might be associated with this card, that your future spouse learning lessons about how to treat other people in relationships, and to, if this is part of their karma that they're working through, how to not use their level of attractiveness to use other people, like how to be in a healthy relationship. And I think that that might also be part of this discernment that they've learned here, as like, you know, I don't have to accept every romantic offer that comes towards me. I don't have to open my heart to people who are clearly just in it because of my looks, you know, if that makes sense. Like, I think that they've been careful to, they've learned how to identify when somebody is coming towards them in that energy and like for shallow reasons, because they have a big heart and they feel things so deeply that I think that they do want to have a relationship with somebody who also has that same level of emotional depth that they do. And so this could, like for me, again, this card is just about confidence. You know, it could be your future spouse is probably very attractive. They probably have a very attractive energy, and they probably know that they're attractive. And again, at some point in their life, they might have used that for their personal gain, but they learned a lesson about that and they've worked through it. That's part of their karma for this lifetime. It's part of their soul's journey for this lifetime. So that's what I'm seeing with that card. Okay, and then we have the Lover card, and it says great passion and devotion, unbridled appreciation of someone or something. And that would confirm for me what I was saying about this person has like they feel their emotions really deeply. They have a really, really big heart and genuine love that they want to give to somebody in a relationship, and they've learned who those people aren't. Like, they, you know, I think they know when somebody comes towards them in the wrong energy, and I think they're looking for somebody who is going to be able to match their level of passion and devotion in a relationship. This is ride or die energy here, and it's like unbridled appreciation of someone or something. When your future spouse falls in love, they love very deeply. And when they fall in love with you, you're never going to need to doubt or have any concerns about your future spouse and their level of devotion, their level of loyalty, their level of love for you, because you're going to be able to feel it. And because you're going to know, I mean, you know, you're going to marry this person, you are going to know that despite how social, despite how outgoing, despite how big of a friends group this person might have, the real stuff, the real emotional stuff, they keep that stuff private, and they're going to share it with you because they're your future spouse, and you're going to know, you're going to be able to see that separation and know that you're getting the real deal. You're seeing a side to your future spouse that not many people get to see, and that's the side of this Lover card, this extreme passion and devotion and like soulmate level energy. So definitely a very beautiful, positive message there for you, pile 3, about who your future spouse is. And with that said, I am going to move on to the next part of this reading, which is going to be about their first impressions of you. All right, pile 3. So I'm going to start with the Oracle cards here. And okay, this is cute. The first card we have for you is the Sandpiper Spirit, which says, be playful. And so that would tell me that your future spouse, their first impression of you is that you're playful. And I think that they really like that. You know, I was getting the sense from like the Five of Wands in the last part of the reading that your future spouse they have a playful side. They might have like a playful sense of humor, and there might be something, the Sandpiper here is kind of like splashing around in a pond with some like lily pads and water lilies in it. So that's telling me you might meet your future spouse maybe at like a body of water, maybe when you're swimming, maybe at a water park or a theme park of some kind, where it might be, you might be splashing around in the waves at the beach. But whatever it is, I think it's something really fun, and it could be that. Honestly, with all of this energy here, I think that it is likely that your future spouse is. I don't think they'd be afraid of approaching you. Like, I think that they are definitely somebody who is like happy to go up to somebody else and just start a conversation. So it could be that that they do approach you, and then you like just you're having fun. There's some level of playfulness there, and it could even be that that you're doing some sort of competitive thing together. You know, if you are somebody who does enjoy like competitive sports or something like that, that was something I was picking up about your future spouse that they might be into, and it could be that, you know, that there's like a casual pickup game of something like, I don't know, basketball or something, like in your neighborhood, and that's how the two of you meet. You know, it could be something like that. You know, only take that however it resonates, but it's just there's some opportunity to play, to have fun, and, you know, I am getting that kind of splashing around from the sandpiper spirit there, and it could also be somewhere where there are sandpipers, so there it could be, I think they're at the beach. So, you know, so that could be, again, another little bit of context there for how you might meet your future spouse. It might be at the beach. And either way, I think their first impression of you is that that you have a playful side, and that you're really fun to be around. And I think that they really like that, you know, gets their attention there. And I think it's important to mention, you know, I don't know what the other cards are going to come out yet, but I think it's important to mention with the green color there, that it might be that, and with your future spouse being so discerning about potential connections with people, your future spouse might be picking up from you that you are in a healthy energy and that you are a safe person. But again, we'll see what else comes out in the cards, because, you know, I think that your future spouse is very careful about their heart, even though they love making new friends. They love meeting new people. They love being out in a social environment, and that's also why I'm getting the sense that you might be doing something outside. You might be doing something, even if it's outside of your comfort zone, but it might be some sports activity or a theme park or something. You're doing something fun, and it's like maybe in a social environment or a group environment, because I think that is something that your future spouse really enjoys. And again, like, I'm not necessarily getting the sense that they have like the level of fame where they can't go out in public without being swarmed. I think it's probably more just like they're extremely well known for what they do. But, you know, take it however it resonates for you, because it's like, it could even be, you know, if they are like an A-list, I don't know, they could be, you know, maybe they're out in like a baseball cap and a you know, some disguise or whatever, and you know, you might not recognize who they are, or you might, I don't know, but either way, there's an opportunity to be playful with this person, and I think they really like that, and I think they really like your playful side. That's something that they really find very endearing. Okay. That's an interesting balance here with the Alchemist card. It says, transformation of base motives and goals into golden wisdom. That's really interesting to me. As like part of this person's first impression of you, that you're like you're spiritually evolved in some way. You have managed to go through some sort of transformation or ascension. You have taken something that was rooted in the physical and the 3D and turned it into an opportunity to gain wisdom in some that's something that's coming through. Again, that's just a very interesting thing to happen in like a first meeting with somebody. And I wasn't getting a ton of messages in the first part of the reading that your future spouse is into spirituality, but they might be. They might be. And something that's coming through is I'm being drawn to this pattern on this sandpiper card. I'm just going to move this over in case we don't have enough room. But I'm being drawn to this pattern here, and it almost looks like maybe a mandala. And that could be saying you might be wearing something or have a tattoo or be wearing a piece of jewelry or some part of your clothing or your accessories that is related to something spiritual. Like wearing a certain crystal, or again having some sort of spirituality related tattoo, or wearing like a maybe a t-shirt that has like the 7 chakras on it, something like that. That again, because your future spouse is so outgoing, I could see them like striking up a conversation about that, and then you kind of being open. I am picking up like with this sandpaper, like an openness to talking about anything, and it's like a fun setting, but it's also maybe an opportunity for you to talk about parts of your spiritual journey or parts of your spirituality. And I think that when you talk about that, your future spouse is going to be kind of like blown away, like just very fascinated, I think, by the whole concept. And it could be that they don't practice spirituality. Again, I wasn't getting a ton of those messages in the first part of the reading, and I think that it's like there's an energy of fascination there, and I think that they really like the idea that you have kind of like a playful and lighthearted energy in your first meeting, and you're also talking about something that's very deep, and they really like that, and I think that that is something that they is like instantly very interesting to your future spouse, and that would maybe be another thing, because they are so perceptive. They've learned to be very perceptive and discerning. I think that they might have to deal with a lot of shallow people in their everyday life, and like part of their first impression is about your depth and your wisdom, the depth of your wisdom, and how you've managed to take experiences in your life and learn from them. That's something that I think your future spouse like really admires, and like immediately. And it speaks to a certain level of depth that I think your future spouse is like instantly attracted to, because they probably deal with a lot of shallow people. And part of their first impression of you is that you are not shallow. You have a depth to you. And you have this lighthearted, playful side as well. And I think they really like that. So that's very interesting about the Alchemist card. Okay, then we have, this could be the one. You've already met the romantic partner you seek. And fully that would tell me like a confirmation of what I was saying. That your future spouse like is just like immediately like, oh, pile 3 is different from the people that I normally meet. Pile 3 might be what I'm looking for. And with this could be the one, there's an immediate romantic interest in you. It's not I think that your future spouse is very friendly and you're going to have a playful, fun time together. They're immediately interested in you in a romantic sense. And it can be because you have an opportunity to talk about whatever this alchemist archetype is talking about, however that relates to you and your spiritual journey. Like it's going to come up in conversation somehow, or there's going to be some way that your future spouse can recognize this archetype in you, even if you don't talk about it. Like they're very good at noticing things. They're very perceptive, and I think that they might pick up on that again, even if you don't necessarily talk about it. And they really like that, and they're immediately interested in you. So this is part of this person's first impression, is that you could be the one, and they're your future spouse, so you are the one. Okay, and then we have honeymoon, which says enjoy the bliss of holiday time together. And in combination with this sandpiper spirit, that might be saying you might meet this person when you're on vacation, or you might meet them when they are on vacation. They might be, you might not live in the same place. It could even be like you live in different cities in the same state, or different, however that applies to you. But it could be that the one or the both of you are on vacation somewhere, and that could be where you meet your person while you're traveling, and while you're on holiday. Even if it's like a staycation for you, you might decide when you're on a holiday to go to like the local park, and like you're playing a game of I don't know, ping pong in the local park, and or like a game of catch with one of your friends, and your future spouse comes and asks if they can join in, and it's fun, and you have the time to get to know each other and spend time together. And I think that it's really blissful and fun to be with your future spouse. And I think this could even be like, this is part of their first impression, is that you are enjoying yourself on a holiday. But this can also be another confirmation of like, this person's thinking about a honeymoon. This person's thinking ahead. Your future spouse is like I think they might have like a, you know, a bit of like an intrusive thought of like, oh, what would it be like to be on a honeymoon with pile 3? Where would we go? Would we come back here? Wouldn't that be sweet? I think that it's likely that your future spouse has a romantic side, and that they're going to be thinking about this stuff as part of their first impression of you. And this could also, again, be additional context for how you're going to meet your future spouse. And then we have finances and career. Financial issues are a factor in your love life right now. And that's interesting. So that could be talking about, it could be, if you meet your future spouse on holiday, it could be that the both of you are at like an expensive resort, or in like an, because I'm getting the sense that your future spouse has the means to pay for things like that. This could be a simple message, if that resonates for you, that your future spouse is recognizing that you are at the same level of financial abundance or financial stability. It could be recognizing that you have similarities in your finances and career, or it could be about differences in your finances and career. And that's something that, even though your future spouse feels really positive about you immediately and sees romantic potential here, they might have concerns related to if there's a major difference in terms of your financial situation, or this could even just be saying, because of the word career is here, this could even be saying that that because they're so private, because they have to be, because they're in the spotlight in some way, they have some degree of fame or recognition, and it could be an obstacle that is coming up in their brain as like, how am I going to approach this connection? How am I going to approach this potential relationship with pile 3 when I, like, my career, my level of visibility is always with me. It's always going to be a part of my life. It's always going to be a part of my relationships, even though I try really hard to keep those things separate. It is a factor that I have to consider. And the fact that it is coming up immediately as part of your future spouse's first impressions of you, I wouldn't interpret this as saying that your future spouse thinks that if you don't have financial abundance or the same level of financial security that they do, that they don't want to date you. I wouldn't take it as that, or that they see that as a bad thing or whatever. I think it's more just like they're hyper aware of the effect that their level of fame or recognition or prominence in their field, power and influence, whatever we're talking about here, they're hyper aware of the way that their career affects their relationships, or the way it has affected other relationships in the past. And again, it's no matter what they want, no matter, like, it is a factor, and the reality is that it is going to be a factor in your connection that you're at least going to have a conversation about. You know, and so I think that's why it's coming up immediately, and it's a sign that that your future spouse is into you, that they're thinking about that immediately. Of like, okay, but how can I make this work? Or should I bring it up in conversation? Like, how can I approach this? You know, and it's because they immediately really like you and see you as that you could be the one, and obviously you are, because this is your future spouse. So it's a positive message here. That's what I'm trying to communicate. Even though it's coming up maybe as a potential obstacle, it's one that you're going to work through. There's nothing to worry about. It's just your future spouse is so private about their private life that it is a factor in terms of when they are romantically interested in somebody. You know, so that's, I think, why it's coming up. And then I am going to go into the tarot. All right, pile 3. I'm going to be honest. I just filmed the rest of your reading on a totally different topic. I feel like my brain just totally glitched. Like, it must be the Mercury retrograde, because yeah, I don't know what happened. I didn't realize until I was finished reading the spread that it was the wrong topic. So I apologize. And in the middle of this spread as well, like, it was so weird. But, you know, if we're going to kind of take something away from that, it might be that there might be some sort of miscommunication that happens in your relationship. It might happen early on in the relationship. but I think that it really matters to your future spouse. And actually, this might be part of like one of their first impressions, like something, again, like early in the relationship, something might happen it's a miscommunication is what I'm hearing. And because your future spouse cares so much about not hurting other people's feelings, I think that if the miscommunication is on their end, I think that they would be very upset to find out that they might do something or say something that might cause just a misunderstanding, and I think they feel really bad about it. Or if there's a misunderstanding on like in something that you have said or done, it could be because your future spouse is also very hyper aware of other people's actions. You know, we had the mouse spirit in the last part of the reading. They pay so much attention to the things that people say and the things that they do, that I think that they might misinterpret something that you say or do. The good news here is that they are also a very good communicator. So, and I think that you are too. And so you're going to work through it. I mean, this is your future spouse. But if we're talking about something that it's just like, this has never happened to me in a reading before. And it could fully just be me and my own, my own brain fart. Just, it happens sometimes. But, there might be a message in the fact that it happened in your reading. And specifically in terms of first impressions, some miscommunication, some wires getting crossed, if that makes sense. So I felt compelled to talk about it. I could have just edited it out, but I just wanted to let you know that happened, and that it was really weird because I didn't notice at all until I was done with the tarot cards. And then I, had a bit of an emotional moment, but I just think it's really interesting. So I wanted to mention it. And with that said, let's actually get into your actual tarot cards on the correct topic this time. So what we are asking Spirit is, what can you tell me about Pile 3's future spouse's first impressions of Pile 3? What can you tell me? Okay. I wasn't going to take these, but then I was told to. Okay, we have the World and the Chariot. Here's your first cards. Okay, what can you tell me about Pile 3's future spouse's first impressions? Tell me about Pile 3's future spouse's first impressions. Something that's coming out is just making a connection between the World, the Chariot, and travel. And the connection with perhaps being on vacation or traveling, like on a holiday, as maybe something important to the way that you're going to meet. And this might be long distance, medium distance, short distance, but there might be some distance between you. Like, I was getting maybe the sense, not necessarily that that you live like on different sides of the world, but it might be even in terms of like if you both go to the same national park for a holiday, like you might not live that far apart, but it's like enough of a difference that you could say you live in different places, if that makes sense, if that's resonating for somebody. I just wanted to say that before I forget. So what can you tell me about Pile 3's future spouses? Whoa, okay. This one did show itself a couple of, oh my god, we have a lot of major arcana. The sun did show itself as I was shuffling the cards. Wow, okay. And I'm going to take the back of the deck because I took it for the other piles. So, okay, we have enough room? Okay, good. All right. So, yeah, this is a lot of major arcana here. And I'm thinking that this could mean that along with, there's like, what am I trying to say? There is a certain depth to your future spouse's first impression of you that is surprising, I think, for them, and maybe for you, this is all from their perspective, right? And it's just their first impression. But especially with the Alchemist card coming out as like somebody's first impression, this is a deep energy. And there is like fun and light and playfulness here too as well, especially with the Sun card here. But it's like all this major arcana right off, and especially the Magician card, it definitely very connected with the Alchemist energy. And it's just surprisingly deep, surprisingly intense. And I think that your future spouse is going to feel a real emotional pull towards you, even if there's also kind of a lightheartedness. And again, I was getting that sense that there's like a balance between lightness and depth, that I think your future spouse is not used to that. I think that they're used to, you know, when I'm being lighthearted, everything is at a surface level. When I'm having fun, we don't go deep when we're having fun, you know. And then when I have like my serious emotional moments, it's very serious. And when we go deeper into feelings, it's very serious. And I think that they're not used to, listen, we can have fun and also be very genuine about how we feel, you know, and also go deeper into the deeper meaning of things, and also be very like have a very open heart chakra. And I think that, again, like this is something that your future spouse is not used to, and I think they'll immediately find it fascinating about you. And also, there's a lot going on. And it's colorful. There's flowers and stars and leaves, and this might be taking place outdoors, because there's a lot of outdoorsy energy here. And with the Sun here, your first meeting with your future spouse might take place during the daytime, and particularly maybe during the summertime, or it could be in the wintertime, and it could be someplace where there's a lot of really bright sun. So again, that would vibe for me if we're talking about maybe going on a vacation or a holiday somewhere. It might be going to maybe on a beach vacation or something like that, where it is very sunny where you are, even if it's not sunny back home. With the Sun here, there's a few different ways to interpret it, but that might just be also additional context for how you're going to meet your future spouse. This is very, I'm sorry, I'm getting tongue-tied just because it's a very interesting energy here. But the World card, I think this is also related to the Alchemist card. I think that there's a message of the World card about completion, about when we've finished one phase of our life and we're moving forward into the next phase, and integrating what we have learned along the way and taking wisdom from it, like taking our experiences, learning from them, integrating that knowledge, and then like healing what needs to be healed, tying up any loose ends so that we can move into the next phase of our life without bringing the baggage or trauma or hurt feelings, whatever it is, from the previous part of our life into the next one. We can leave that where it is. We've dealt with it, we've resolved our feelings about it, and we can move forward. And there's the forward momentum energy of the Chariot here. And it's like the World card's like the first card here, and then we're moving forward. You know, this is the last major arcana, it's the end of the cycle. And then the Chariot is it can talk about having a sense of purpose, and moving forward with intention, and having a solid idea of where we're going. Like setting a goal and moving towards it. And this is like an energy of forward momentum. There's also a connection to spirituality with the number 7 there. And again, like I just think that maybe their first impression of you is as somebody who is highly spiritual. And again, it could possibly be because of something that you're wearing, or something that you're doing, or some tattoo, or something about you that they can pick up on immediately that has a spiritual connection, that they will use as an icebreaker to come and talk to you, because they're genuinely interested in whatever you're wearing, or whatever you have that is an expression of your spirituality and your spiritual journey. I think they're genuinely interested in that. And then also I think they want to talk to you. Like they find you, like they really like your playful spirit. I think that if you're doing something fun when like in a group setting, in an outdoor setting. They can see you having a great time with the Sun card. It's like it's a very positive energy. It's like I'm having the time of my life out in the sunshine. This is great. I'm so happy to be on vacation, and I can just relax and enjoy myself. And it's that energy, being in that energy can be very attractive, you know, because it's almost like inviting other people to also feel happy. You know, it's a very positive, high vibrational energy that you're going to be in. And I think they're very attracted to that. And I think they're going to use spirituality as an icebreaker to speak with you. And then they're going to be like, whoa, actually, pile 3 is really deep. Like, the spirituality that they have, like, this is really deep. And also at the same time, pile 3 is so easy to talk to. And pile 3 is like, you know, like, you're so impressive. Look at all this stuff that you've gone through and learned from. And I'm just getting the sense of, like, with the night energy here in the Sun card, of like, the conversation is going to flow so easily. You're just going to get to talking, and it's just going to be so easy. And I think that, again, your future spouse is not used to having easy conversations about heavier topics. And so the fact that you can easily talk about your life experiences because you've integrated them and you've learned from them, and you have wisdom and insight into those experiences. It's like, and you're happy to talk about it, and it doesn't bring your mood down at all. It's like, that's something that I think your future spouse is like amazed by. They're really, really going to be just so into that, and just like, you know, I think I've said this for every pile, but it's true. It has been true for every pile so far. Your future spouse is going to be blown away by you. Just, there's this intensity right off the bat. And so I think, you know, if we're talking about the Chariot, I think that they can tell that you have a sense of purpose. And this can even be like, in combination with the Alchemist and the World and the Magician, the understanding that life's challenges are opportunities for change and growth. And even knowing that, even if you don't know where you're going in your career, even if you don't know what the next step is, knowing that challenges are opportunities can give you a sense of purpose in everything that you do. Even if you don't know what your plans are 5 months from now, 5 days from now, 5 hours from now, you can still move forward with a sense of purpose because you know that whatever happens, it's like it's an opportunity for spiritual growth. And that, if that's resonating for you, that is something, again, that I think that your future spouse is very attracted to, and they're very surprised by it. I think that you are very different from anybody that they have met before. And they're just like, the word that kept popping into my head was fascinated. You know, they're just like, wow, pile 3 is just amazing. You know, and it's, the conversation is still lighthearted and fun. And that's something, again, they're not used to that. And they like that. They like your positive attitude with the Sun card. And they really, really like that you don't let the hard times, they might get you down, but you don't let them keep you down. You know, that you've picked yourself back up. And you know how to do that, and you have confidence and faith in your ability to do that, that they find really exciting. And then we have the Magician, and that's like fully embracing your personal power. And it's very connected with this Alchemist energy. And it's very connected with the idea of like approaching life from the viewpoint of whatever happens, even if it's something that I don't want to happen, even if it's something that is painful or uncomfortable or shocking in some way, even the tower moments of life are opportunities. And what matters is, how am I going to rise to this? How am I going to overcome this? And I think when I said, how am I going to rise to this? Something that popped in my head was, how am I going to rise to the challenge? And we did see with the Five of Wands in the previous part of the reading, your future spouse has that energy of like, of enjoying being challenged. So that might be something that you have in common, that I think your future spouse is seeing in you while you're talking about certain things. They're seeing how you have overcome certain obstacles, and that you're approaching life in this sunny, positive, high vibrational energy, with the knowledge that even if and when things take a downturn, life goes through cycles. We have upswings, we have downswings. There's stuff that is totally beyond our control that can go off the rails. Like we all have cycles of downturns. But when that happens, you have faith in yourself and your ability to get through it, and to transform the challenges into opportunities is what keeps coming into my head. And that's like a perspective on the world that I think that your future spouse might share, or that might be something that you can teach them. And I think that they are really interested in that idea. I am being drawn to the flowers on this card as well. That they remind me of hibiscus. I don't think that they are hibiscus, but that's what's coming into my head. Pink hibiscus flowers. So that may be, you might meet your future spouse somewhere where there are pink hibiscus flowers. Maybe if you're staying at a hotel, they might be like around the hotel, or maybe in a part of the world where those flowers grow naturally. Just take it however it resonates. Or that could be your favorite flower, or their favorite flower. And there could just be a connection there. There could be something significant for somebody watching. So I just wanted to mention that because I was being drawn to that. And then I also want to say there's a lot of star energy here. There's a star on this card, that card, this card, that I would associate with the star card in the tarot, which does carry a message about having faith. So it's like having faith in the universe and faith in your own ability to handle whatever happens in your life. And I think that it is likely that at the time when you meet your future spouse, you will have just completed a cycle and just be starting something new, because a 19 in numerology reduces to 1. And then we have the 1 on the Magician, right? So it's like the end of the cycle with the World card, and then the embracing of spirituality, and then the new cycle with these 1s here. So that might, again, be another clue as to when you might meet your future spouse. And then we have the Knight of Cups. And for me, that's a pretty clear message of this could be the one. The Knight of Cups, like this person, your future spouse is going to immediately be feeling their feelings about you. There's going to be immediate feelings there. And I did say, I think they're immediately going to see you as a potential romantic partner. But they're going to feel things about you the first time you meet them. And they're going to want to come towards you with a romantic offer. And given their personality, they might ask you out the first time that they meet you. Because they have that level of confidence, assertiveness, sociability, and outgoingness that I think that they would feel confident asking you out. They are your future spouse. So presumably you would say yes. But, I don't know how it's going to work out for you. But, I don't know what the relationship progression is. But this could be an indication that they will ask you out immediately with the Knight of Cups here. But either way, this is saying, it's talking to me about, the immediate development of feelings. And this is, even though they're, kind of really mesmerized and shocked by, the intensity of your connection, they're going to lean into that energy. They're not going to lean away from it. They're going to lean in. So that's what I'm seeing with that. And then the Queen of Pentacles on the back of the deck, that could be an indication of your energy here. You might be an earth sign or have earth placement, sun, moon, or rising, however that resonates for you, or not. This could also just be saying that your future spouse sees you immediately as somebody who is very balanced. And that was coming out in this balance between playfulness and lightheartedness and these deeper spiritual concepts and transformations that you've been through. And it's like an intensity of purpose combined with just, I'm having fun on my vacation, and so that's a very balanced energy. And this could also be a message about you might be self-employed, or you might be you know, if you're meeting this person on vacation, it might be, you know, and there's a finances thing here that I think I did talk about like, if you're meeting this person at like a fancy resort that costs a lot of money, or on a vacation that was expensive, and this is saying you might have paid your way yourself, and I think that that is something that, or that might be an assumption that your future spouse makes about you. That just might be a message of in and of itself. There's, you know, and they could be, if they are concerned about their career or their financial situation becoming an issue in your relationship, because it has been an issue in past relationships. I think the fact that you might meet this person at a place you might have to pay to get into might, you know, communicate to them that you are self-sufficient, and that might help put some of these concerns at ease. There's a certain independence to the Queen of Pentacles, and this card can be associated with being self-employed, or having your own business or something like that. If that resonates for you, the message might not be about that. It could also just be saying they can tell that you have a very like down-to-earth energy and very genuine and nurturing to yourself with this alchemist energy, and nurturing to other people. I think that there's a message here. You might have a very open heart chakra, and I think that that is something that your future spouse really admires. You know, we have this green energy here, and then this pink on the sun card are both associated with the heart chakra. It's the green associated with the masculine aspect, and then the pink associated with the feminine aspect. You know, I was kind of picking that up with the sandpaper spirit card of that green connection there with the moon card that we had for your future spouse, of like they also feel things very deeply in their heart, but their heart's a little bit more closed, just out of necessity, out of safety, emotional safety for them, but they can see that your heart is open. And I think that they really like that about you, and it's giving you like it's giving them the impression that you are somebody who would be a great person to be in a relationship. It's like it's very solid, stable, committed energy. And I think that they like that. And something else that just came to me was I was thinking about this Knight of Cups might also, you know, because they had the Don Juan archetype, which I was interpreting that they might get a lot of romantic attention, and that helps them feel very confident. With the Knight of Cups here, you might also get a lot of romantic attention or romantic offers from people, or that might be something that like even if there is like a misunderstanding or misperception, you know, it could be that that you're thinking, oh well, I don't get very many romantic offers. Your future spouse is probably going to think that you do, because they're so attracted to you. Like you're so amazing and wonderful. They're like, of course, pile 3 gets a lot of attention. Like who wouldn't be interested in them? You know, so it's that kind of energy that's coming out. That I just was thinking about, like, what's the other way to interpret this Knight of Cups would be that you might be receiving a lot of romantic attention, or they think that you are. They have competition for your attention, whether or not that is something that resonates for you. That was something else that was coming through, and I also, before I move on to the extended reading, wanted to also say that there's a similar kind of flower on this card, on the Queen of Pentacles card. So again, that might be significant. And then I'm also noticing oak leaves. There's oak leaves on these 2 cards. So an oak tree might be something that is significant. The way that I'm seeing it is where you meet your future spouse might be somewhere where there are these pink type of kind of hibiscus type flowers. I don't know every type of flower, but you know, something that looks like a hibiscus flower. And then where you live, there might be oak trees, and there might be oak trees that where their leaves fall in the autumn. And that might be a significant time in your relationship. And this could even be saying, if you meet this person while you're on vacation, or doing something fun, or going on a trip, or you're taking time off work, or whatever it is, you might not become romantically involved with them until the autumn. If this takes place over the summer, it might not be until the autumn. That's all I'm saying, because these look like autumn leaves to me, and these look like summer leaves, you know, like that when the tree has its leaves. So, you you know, take that however it resonates for you. That might not be a message for everyone. And with that said, I am going to move on to the extended reading now. And in the extended reading, we are going to get some information about what your relationship is going to be like with your future spouse. Get a little bit deeper into that. And then we're going to take a look at your wedding day. So if you're interested in that, the link will be in the description. And with that said, thank you so much for watching Pile 3. I'm sorry about the... I did, you know, cut the reading part out of the video, but I am sorry about the confusion in this part of the... I honestly don't know what happened. Like, my brain just fully glitched out. But anyway, I'm sorry about that. And I hope that you've enjoyed this reading. And if you did like it, please feel free to give it a like. Please comment down below and let me know how it resonated for you. If you like my channel and you want to see more from me, you can feel free to subscribe. And with that said, thank you very much for watching Pile 3, and I do hope to see you in my next video. Hello Pile 4, and welcome to your reading about your future spouse. If you chose the Tarot of the Divine, then this is going to be your reading for today. In the first part of the reading here, we're going to get a look at who your future spouse is as a person. And then we're going to take a look at what their first impressions of you are. And then in the extended reading, we're going to get some information about your relationship, get a little bit deeper into that. And then we're going to take a look at what your wedding day is going to be like. So if you're interested in the extended reading, the link will be in the description. And with that said, I am going to start with the Astro Dice, and I have pre-rolled them just because I wanted to set them out like this. And what's very interesting is not only do we have, is all earth signs, we also have 2 doubles here. And I hope that you can understand the way I've laid these out. There's just 3 sets of dice. There's 1 set, 2 set, 3 sets. The sets do go together, but I will kind of explain what I'm seeing here. But what's interesting is that we have Capricorn, Saturn, the 11th house, Virgo, Saturn, the 7th house, and then Capricorn again, the South Node, and the 4th house. And so that's very interesting. We have Capricorn twice and Saturn twice, and Saturn rules Capricorn. And then we also have Virgo, which is another earth sign. And immediately right off the bat, that gives me very practical, very responsible, possibly a workaholic, and like possibly to a fault. And everybody, every single person has, we have our strengths and then we have things that we're working on, right? And I think that we're getting a lot of information about your future spouse just with these Astro Dice here. And it is highly possible that they are a Capricorn Sun, Moon, or Rising. They might have a lot of Capricorn or Earth placements in their chart. But, even if they don't, this still gives us a lot of information about their personality and about maybe how their personality has been shaped by their upbringing or their life's purpose. And the reason why I'm saying that is because we have all this hardworking, very responsible, very serious, very focused energy. And then we have the 11th house, the 7th house, and the 4th house. The 11th house of community, the 7th house of relationships, and the 4th house of the home and family, right? So it's like, yes, there's all that very focused, serious, practical, hardworking, responsible energy, and it's all focused on the different types of relationships in your future spouse's life, like the community relationships, the larger community in which they live and the community in which they work, their friendships, things like that. Then the 7th house of relationships, that can be talking about romantic relationships, the way that they are in romantic relationships with Virgo and Saturn and the 7th house. And then we have Capricorn, the South Node, and the 4th house, and the 4th house of home and family. And so there's a lot of messages here about your future spouse is the type of person who takes their relationships incredibly seriously. This is the type of person who will never forget a birthday. They are on top of it. This is an extremely responsible energy, and it's an energy of extreme commitment to seeing things through, and again, possibly to a fault. But I'm going to get into it. So we do have Capricorn, Saturn, 11th house placements. Your future spouse probably feels the most comfortable and confident when they are at work. And it's possible that most of their friends are work friends. And it's possible that they gravitate towards friendships with people who are in powerful positions. And I think that might just be something that is natural to them. They might not realize that they're doing that, but it might also be because they're seeking mentorship. They're seeking advice from people who they view as an authority figure, and then they end up making friends with that person. I'm sorry, I don't know if you just heard my phone buzz. It wasn't important, but it was drawing my attention to the fact that there's 55 on the clock right now. I'm seeing 55 on the clock, a number associated with change. So if you've been seeing 55s a lot, you might be going through a transformation, or this could be a message that when I'm talking about your future spouse and how they're trying to like even inadvertently seek out relationships with powerful individuals because they crave guidance, they want mentorship, and then that ends up turning into a friendship. And then we have this message of the 55 about change. It could be because either they're trying to change their own circumstances, they're trying to change and grow and evolve and learn. That might be something that they're always doing because it's that ambitious Capricorn sort of energy. Self-improvement might be something, and especially with the Virgo there, might be something that is really important to your future spouse. They might read a lot of self-help books and stuff like that, and or it could be talking that your future spouse is they recognize this behavior in themselves and they're trying to change. So, I think that if you know who this person is, you might have an idea of how that would apply to them. But I just thought that was interesting. It was drawing my attention to the number 55 as I was talking about that. And then we have the Virgo Saturn 7th house energy, and that's where I'm getting the idea of your future spouses, they're never going to forget an anniversary. They're never going to, this is extreme ride or die, showing up at every event, every occasion. This is like they already have your birthday gift 9 months before your birthday. Like they're on the ball when it comes to relationships because they take their relationships so seriously. This is a very committed energy, and it is very practical as well. And I'm getting the sense from the other energies here that one of your future spouse's love languages might be acts of service, especially with that Virgo energy there. They might do a lot of things for the people that they love, and especially in romantic relationships. And unfortunately, with the Capricorn South Node 4th house energy, there might be a message here that your future spouse might have had a hard time with their home and their family. They might have had to take on a lot of responsibility at a young age. They might have been been told that they were responsible for younger siblings if they are an older sibling. Like this is older sibling energy. But I will say I've known people personally in my life who had this kind of energy, and they were the youngest child. But it's just, some people respond to maybe like an absent parent situation, or a situation where they don't have the guidance or support that they need, by becoming hyper responsible. And that's something maybe that I'm picking up here with this, the hyper responsible energy here with all of this Capricorn Saturn energy. So that could be something that is related, especially the South Node, related to the past. This could be, I could interpret this like two ways. Your future spouse might be working through past life karma. That might be related to being irresponsible or not showing up for people, especially their family. And or this could be saying that unfortunately something happened in their past, in this lifetime, that is related to home and family, that has created a situation where your future spouse might feel like they have to be responsible for everybody. And that might lead to some caretaking, some people pleasing, some and again, this might be something that they're aware of and they're trying to change, but it's almost to a self-sacrificing degree. That's why I'm saying we're having, even though we have a lot of repeats here, we are getting a lot of information about your future spouse and about things that possibly might have already happened in their life. And I think that part of the reason why they take their relationships so seriously, and this is like all different types of relationships, work relationships, romantic, platonic, friendship, their relationship to their wider community and to their home and family, whether it's family of origin or if they want to have a family with you, once you two get together, you know, whatever you want out of that, they really, I think, like, place a lot of value on those connections, and they might feel overly responsible for those relationships, and that could be a potential obstacle or a potential blockage or a potential challenge. That might be something that they're still engaging in when the two of you are together in a relationship, or that might be something that they are going to overcome in this lifetime, or that they've already healed and already been working on, that just is related to their past, and it might pop up. Might be something that they've dealt with, maybe some codependency, or again, that heightened sense of responsibility where they feel like they need to take everything on because they might not have had that support when they were growing up. So again, I'm just, that's what I'm seeing in the dice here, and I think I did mention this, but this is also workaholic energy. Even though the houses we have here are all related to different interpersonal relationships, just the double Capricorn with a Virgo and the Saturn here is that your future spouse might throw themselves into work a lot too, because again, I think that's like their work and their career might be their safe space. That might be, it might have been that they grew up in a situation where they didn't have a lot of control over what happened, and that's why they're like, again, like just hyper responsible, hyper focused on things that they can control. And that might be something that they're working on, or something that they have been working through. So I wanted to say that, and obviously we'll see what comes out in the tarot cards in terms of, you know, where this person currently is. But it's definitely a very interesting message there with all of this like earthy, very practical, hardworking, dedicated, committed energy, and it's all related to other people, you know. So definitely very interesting there. And with that said, I am going to get started on the tarot. What can you tell me? Okay. So we have the Ace of Cups, the Two of Swords, the Six of Coins, which is the Six of Pentacles, which doesn't surprise me. Okay, let's get a couple more. What can you tell me about Pile 4's future spouse? So what can you tell me? Oh, wow, okay, that jumped out. Ooh, the Magician. Okay, I'm going to take another card. This would be a confirmation for me that I think your future spouse they are working on their behavior. I think they understand that that sometimes they take things too seriously, or they give too much, or it's an imbalanced energy, and I think they are trying to change that about themselves, and they are working on themselves. And I was picking up an energy of maybe doing self-help, maybe taking some, maybe they might be in therapy, or they might be taking like self-improvement courses, or read a lot of like self-help books, self-empowerment, and they might be involved in spirituality. You know, this is a very like practical energy here, but they might be engaged in spiritual. They might meditate to ground themselves and that sort of thing, in terms of having a spiritual practice. So I think that they're definitely working on themselves. Okay. Oh wow. Okay. We do have 6 cards, so I'm just going to rearrange some stuff here. Okay, so right off the bat, I'm noticing, and we have 2 aces. We have the Ace of Cups and the Ace of Coins, which is the Ace of Pentacles. And it was something that I just heard was they're changing their luck. They're changing their fortune. And that's interesting. I think that, I think it is likely that, and especially with the 5 on the Hierophant card and all of this, the 1 on the Magician, these, like, there's lots of confirmation. Sorry, I'm getting excited. I might get a little tongue-tied. There's lots of messages coming through. I think that it is likely that your future spouse has recognized certain blockages that they've had. They might not express it in terms of spiritual terms, but I think they have recognized that there are things that they struggle with, and I think they struggle with letting go of control. They struggle with, you know, having an equal balance of energy in the relationship. They might have had past connections where they were a little bit overbearing, or they might have expected their partner to meet them halfway, but they were giving too much of themselves or over giving to the connection, and their partner just couldn't, you know, it wasn't fair to put that on their partner, you know what I mean? And I think that they've come to that realization in themselves, or they might have been called out on that behavior by somebody else, you know, especially if they have a mentor in their life. They might have somebody who's kind of guiding them and helping them, who might be represented on this Hierophant card here, actually, who is kind of called their attention to something that they've been doing possibly in past relationships, or just a pattern of behavior that was unhealthy. That, again, it might have to do with caretaking, people pleasing, you know, just giving too much of themselves to a connection where the other person wasn't as invested in it, or they were expecting way too much out of the connection. But the Ace of Cups, the way that I would apply the Ace of Cups here in relation to what we're getting about your future spouse's personality based on the Astro Dice, is that they are recognizing that they have an opportunity to change the way they approach relationships. And I think that that's really important. And I think that they're embracing this as a growth opportunity, a learning opportunity. And, you know, and for somebody who is interested in self-improvement, I think that that's a really important step. And I think this could also be a confirmation that that your future spouse is open to a new relationship. You know, that could just be a simple message there. But I think they're changing the way that they approach their relationships. Again, because they've recognized that they have some unhealthy behaviors, perhaps stemming from their childhood, or from a past life, honestly, with the South Node there. Don't know, maybe both, but they're recognizing that there are behaviors that need to change in order to have a healthy connection with somebody. And I think that they're opening their mind to that concept right now with the Two of Swords here. And I think that this might even be saying right now, currently, they might be taking a bit of a break from romantic relationships so that they can evaluate how they approach relationships. If we're going to take this as a narrative here, what I'm seeing is that the Ace of Cups is like the context for what they're working on. The Two of Swords is a message about taking a step back, taking a pause, kind of resetting. With the swords, like, definitely I think that your future spouse is taking the time to think about what they want, what do they not want, what are their emotional needs, what are, you know, how can they address somebody else's emotional needs, like how can we have this in a fair and balanced way. That's what I'm getting from the Two of Swords. It's like taking a step back to reevaluate and to go within. You know, so I think that they might be asking themselves introspective questions, again, about what do they want out of a relationship? What do they need? Do they have an unmet need from childhood that they're trying to fulfill with a romantic connection that their romantic partner can't fill for them? Or are they attracting relationships with the same type of people who were not there for them when they needed them, or who didn't show up in their childhood, or who put too much responsibility on your future spouse when they didn't deserve that? You know, so I think they're taking a step back to kind of reevaluate what do they want out of a relationship, so that the next time they start a relationship, they can do it from a healthier place, and so that they can possibly be more successful in their romantic relationship. They might have had a lot of relationships where they didn't understand why it didn't work out because they were so committed to the relationship. When, you know, and again, it might have been somebody else who brought it to their attention and given them a lot to think about. I'm really sorry, Pile 4. I'm having a lot of pain and discomfort in my root chakra right now, which is related to our foundation, our sense of security, our sense of stability. And that could be something that's coming up for me right now, that I'm feeling right now, because it could be that your future spouse is going through a root chakra healing right now. that's, I think, you know, when I'm talking about things that we don't want to bring into a romantic relationship that might stem from our childhood, that makes sense. You know, balancing out your root chakra would help with that. And then with the Six of Coins, the Six of Pentacles there, that carries a message about like one person giving more than the other person. It's like an imbalanced exchange. And so if your future spouse is like reevaluating the way that they approach your relationships, they're thinking a lot about the exchange of energy in a relationship, and the ways in which they may have given too much to a relationship and the ways in which they might not have given enough in other ways. Like it could have been that, you know, that they might not have had deep emotional connections. They might have a fear of vulnerability or something like that. And they might have been maybe going through the emotions of the relationship in terms of making sure that that their partner felt like seen and heard and validated, but at the same time they might not have been opening their own heart to share their own feelings or share their own vulnerabilities and their own concerns, and it was not an equal exchange with the Six of Pentacles. And so I think they're reevaluating the energy balance in a relationship. And this can also be saying, this could just be a simple message that that your future spouse is very generous. They're used to being generous. They're used to being generous with their time, their energy, and their money. And I think if this is being followed by the Magician, they're starting to learn how to prioritize themselves and their own needs while still holding on to that generosity of spirit. But it's like, how can I do this in a healthy way? How can I be in a Six of Pentacles in a balanced way? You know, where if I have more than my share, I can still feel good about, you know, donating money or spending time sharing knowledge with somebody without it becoming self-sacrificing. And the Magician talks about that. It's like stepping into your power and prioritizing yourself and making things happen in your life. And I do think, you know, the Capricorn is a cardinal sign. I think that your future spouse, that they are bold and assertive. I think especially when it comes to like work. I think, again, I'm just getting a sense that they feel happy and in control when they are at work. And I think they're trying to bring that into their emotional healing. You know, like they're trying to bring that sense of comfort and stability with who they are. Like I get the sense like the work persona is like, that's the magician part of themselves, and they're trying to figure out how to be this person in their interpersonal relationships as well, in their romantic relationships as well. And this could also be saying, I don't know how your future spouse practices their spirituality, but they might do manifestation, but they might do manifestation in terms of the law of attraction. Like they might have read The Secret and be practicing the power of positivity or the power of positive thinking. And they wouldn't necessarily call it manifestation, but that might be something that they're working on. You know, when we are in a certain energy, we attract certain things towards us, right? And I think that might be part of what they're working on. But this is also like a message that your future spouse is really good at making things happen when they want things to happen. And again, I'm thinking that's something that comes naturally to them when it comes to their work, when it comes to taking care of their responsibilities. Lots of like divine masculine energy over there, very responsible energy. But there's also an aspect of that that needs to be balanced with taking care of their own emotional needs, which is something that they're learning right now. That's what I'm picking up. Because we have the Hierophant here. And the Hierophant is associated with Taurus, which is another earth sign. But it talks about it can talk about mentorship, it can talk about teaching, it can talk about tradition and family patterns and certain cultural norms. And that might be something that is related to your future spouse's past experiences when it comes to home and family, that they're trying to redo a pattern, undo a specific pattern of behavior and put a healthy pattern of behavior in its place, to put it that way. Like there's the number 5 associated with change, even though this talks about long-standing traditions and institutions, and I think that if there might be a part of your future spouse that is very traditional, that is very much wanting to be a part of the currently existing system. But that they might also be recognizing that there are parts of that system that are not serving them, that are not healthy for them. And this could also, again, it is associated with mentorship and teaching, which would kind of confirmed for me what I was seeing, that I think your future spouse is receiving guidance, and it could be guidance from their spirit guides, could be guidance from their ancestors, whether living or in spirit, and it could be guidance from, if they are seeking mentorship in their community or in the workplace, or from somebody who just has more life experience than they do, that there might be somebody, like somebody in the physical world who is trying to guide them through this emotional transformation, maybe a trusted friend, whoever, that could be being represented here on the Hierophant card. This could also be saying your future spouse might have some views or perspectives that are shaped by their culture or tradition, or the society where they grew up. I just also want to point out it's 2:22 on the clock. I'm seeing angel numbers may be important for you or your future spouse, because I'm seeing a lot of them. So 2:22 for me would be a message that you're on the right path, and that we could interpret that I'm on the right path in the reading that I'm giving, or we could interpret that your future spouse this is in alignment with their divine path. They need to go through this journey, this learning, or that could be a message for you from your spirit guides that you're on the right path, that they're just taking the opportunity to kind of interrupt the reading here and give you a message. Just take it however it resonates. And then what's interesting is that we have the Ace of Coins there, which is the Ace of Pentacles, and so that's why I was giving the thing that immediately jumped into me is changing your luck, changing your fortune, changing your, possibly even changing your karma, because there's a connection with the South Node with past life karma. And this could be saying that by your future spouse working through their relationship issues, whatever they are, they're creating new opportunities for themselves, and especially the Ace of Coins, we can take that multiple ways. It could be new work opportunities. If they are working with a mentor who's maybe related to their job, that could be an important relationship that is opening doors for them in terms of their career, which is just an added bonus to the emotional development that they're also going through. This could also be saying that your future spouse, by reevaluating their approach to a relationship, they're getting themselves ready to make a new type of commitment, with the Pentacles being related to commitment. They're getting ready to have a solid, stable, committed relationship that is a new type of relationship that they might not have had before, like a healthy relationship, and that would be probably with you as their future spouse. So they're what I'm seeing is they are putting the work in to change some of these old behaviors, old patterns, and to step into this magician energy and to take whatever advice they can from whoever is guiding them, so that they can have a really balanced, healthy relationship. That is a new opportunity to break old patterns and old habits, old patterns of behavior. So that's what I'm seeing in the tarot cards, and we'll see what comes up in the oracle cards. So first we have, all right, this is an interesting card. Okay, so first we have Beauty. There's a feminine figure looking into the mirror there, and this could be, the immediate thing that's popping out to me is about self-esteem. And I think that your future spouse might be working on their self-esteem. And that might be if their sense of self is very much tied up in what they can do for other people. And right now they're refocusing their energy on themselves with that Magician card. And there's I think a connection there, because the figure on this card has like this bushy blonde hair, like a curly blonde hair, and the figure on this card does as well. So there might be a connection there with the Magician of working on your self-esteem. And they might be doing mirror affirmations. And by doing that and kind of changing their perspective on themselves and hyping themselves up, you know, making themselves feel really good about themselves, and you know, if they're doing mirror affirmations about worthiness and things like that, I think that that is really going to help put them in a healthy mindset where they are prioritizing their own needs. So I would take this as your future spouse is working on their self-esteem right now. It could be related to like physical self-esteem, like body image stuff, or it could be again about just feelings of worthiness, feelings of belonging. If they're going through a root chakra expansion or a root chakra balancing right now, it might be important to do affirmations such as, I am safe, I deserve to be here, I have a place in the world, I belong. You know, those sorts of affirmations that they might be doing. But you know, with the beauty here, it could also be about body image. And this could also just be saying that that your future spouse is beautiful. They might be very physically attractive, but that doesn't mean that they can't also have low self-esteem, you know, and that might be something that they have been working on, is their self-esteem. And that's what I would see with that card. And then we have the Dolphin Spirit, which says, this and that are true. Okay. Okay, so that might be saying, for me, that might be confirmation of that both interpretations of this beauty card were accurate for your future spouse, of working on body image and on emotional self-esteem and feelings of worthiness. It could be this and that are true. And this could also be saying that if your future spouse is currently going through a transformation, there's the number 5, there's a 1, a 1, a 1, you know, there's a lot of like the number 5 associated with change and 1 associated with a new beginning, and aces, new beginnings, new opportunities, that your future spouse is going through a change or a transformation right now. And this Dolphin Spirit card is about their transitional period, when we are still kind of engaging in some of the old behaviors, but we're actively trying to get out of that pattern and to incorporate new behaviors. So this would just tell me that your future spouse is probably in the middle of this process right now. There's still some things that they're doing or saying that are, you know, coming out of their, maybe from a place of low self-esteem or from a place of hyper responsibility or caretaking or whatever. They're slowly starting to recognize when they do those behaviors and trying to stop and trying to change those behaviors and do something else, like let go of the feeling that that they need to be responsible for all of their relationships. Relationships, you know, if it's person A and the relationship between person A and person B is the responsibility of both person A and person B. It's not just person A's responsibility, it's not just person B's responsibility. You know, it's a two-way street, right? And I think that is something that your future spouse is working really hard on, is how they approach their relationships. And there might be a connection here with this, the Dolphin Spirit. It's number 20 and the 2 of Swords here, in terms of just like a duality, recognizing both parts of yourselves. And in this, again, this might be an additional confirmation if the Magician is a very powerful energy. And I was getting the sense this might be related to your future spouse's work persona. They might be very confident at work. And then in their personal life or in their romantic life, that confidence just fades away. And again, I think they're trying to bring that Magician energy, and that might be why they're doing mirror affirmations if they are, or self-esteem exercises, or whatever is being represented here on this beauty card. That might be why they're working on that. They're trying to bring that Magician energy into every aspect of their life. But right now, I think that they're still working on that. They're still kind of maybe in this 2 of Swords phase where they're evaluating their own behaviors and thought patterns. They might honestly be doing something like CBT or cognitive behavioral therapy, which is focused on recognizing how our thoughts influence our behaviors, which influence our beliefs, you know, and which influence our thoughts, which influence our behaviors, etc. So that might be something that, because they are so practical. that if they are in therapy, that might be the type of therapy that is like the most effective for them. Is like examining their thought patterns. That's just something that came to me. And so again, I think just the message of the dolphin is just that your future spouse is like somewhere in the middle of this process, but they're working on it. Okay, and then the last quarter moon in Sagittarius says practice gratitude. And that might be a part of what they're working on. Is they might be cultivating a gratitude practice as well as doing self-esteem exercises. And this could even, something that just came to me was that this is even like thanking themselves for showing up for themselves. And something, I don't think I said this, I was thinking about it, but I'm not sure if I mentioned it. They might be reparenting themselves. If that is something that is relevant to their situation. They might not be though. But with practice gratitude is also very much related to the root chakra. And by practicing gratitude, I think that your future spouse is feeling more grounded. And gratitude is also a very effective means of manifestation, because when we're grateful for the things that we love and that we like the parts of our lives that we enjoy and the good things in our life, that attracts more of the same. That might be something that they're really working on. And it could be that if they're going through therapy or a spiritual or a self-help kind of thing, that might be focusing on their childhood or their past experiences and reframing that with gratitude so that those memories and experiences don't kind of hold as much power over their current thoughts, actions, and beliefs, if that makes sense. I hope I'm expressing this clearly. So then we have the Samaritan archetype, and it is the light attribute, and it says refines your capacity to help those you would prefer to ignore. That's interesting. That's very interesting. Okay, that's first of all very orange. There's orange here as well, and when I was feeling that pressure in my root, it could also be connected with the sacral because they're very close together. And the sacral chakra is connected to our emotions, our creative side, our intimacy. Like it can include sexual intimacy, but any kind of intimacy. So it makes sense that if there might be a root chakra stuff, there might be sacral chakra. Like your future spouse might be going through like the lower chakra balancing right now, and they might be figuring out what their emotional needs are and how to balance that, because this is a trapeze right now on this card. And it's just the light attribute is so interesting. Refines your capacity to help those you would prefer to ignore. And I think that is related to this and that are true. There's a rebalancing here. And it's not that it's unhealthy or bad to be generous and to help other people. But it's saying we don't need to do that to the point where we're self-abandoning or we're betraying our own self or betraying our own needs. We don't need to sacrifice ourselves. It's like that saying, I'm not going to light myself on fire to keep you warm. You know what I mean? And I think that there's a balance here that your future spouse really wants to strike, and that they probably will, because they're a good person. They are naturally very generous and very giving, and unfortunately it has taken on an unhealthy, imbalanced dynamic at times. But they're learning how to be this in a healthy way. And those you would prefer to ignore might also be talking about your future spouse learning how to set healthy boundaries with people. There might be people who it is not healthy for your future spouse to interact with or to try to help at all. And they might be pulling on your future spouse's heartstrings. And I think that's why it's like this and that are true. Like your future spouse might still very much be in this process, still very much learning about how to navigate how to have a healthy relationship where they can still be their extremely generous and giving selves, and still be very much in touch with their emotional body without being taken advantage of, or giving too much of themselves to the relationship. Oh my goodness. Okay. I feel like Spirit just like kind of knocks it out of the park sometimes with the cards. So I'm just like, wow, that makes total sense. So we have the light attribute of the Thief card, and this is not saying that your future spouse is a thief. That's not the meaning of this card, because the light attribute says, sheds light on the potential wealth within you that can never be stolen. And there's a heart on the inside of this person, like they're opening their jacket and that's the heart inside. And the way that I interpret that is the wealth within you that can never be stolen is your capacity to love. And that, I think, is something that your future spouse is learning. They're learning how to fill their own cup, so that when the two of you come together, you will each have a full cup to give to the other person. Nobody is giving more than the other person, but I just think in their previous relationships, there was something, maybe a fear of inadequacy, maybe a fear of intimacy, maybe a fear of abandonment. There was some blockage that was related to maybe like even a fear of lack, and low self-esteem in relationships. And I think that your future spouse is really working through that, because they're realizing that they can't pour from an empty cup, but that the wellspring inside of them will never run dry, but that they need to pull their energy back to refill their cup. Does that make sense? I have to say, pile 4, I'm really enjoying this reading, but pulling these messages out feels like pulling teeth. I'm having a real hard time communicating, and like much harder than the other piles. And I think that it might be really difficult for your future spouse to talk about their feelings. That might be the reason why I'm struggling to get your messages out today in a way that I haven't with the other piles. I am really enjoying this reading. I do enjoy this person's energy, and they're your future spouse. You're gonna love them. They're just, I think, they're still in the process of learning how to talk about their feelings, and I think that might be why I'm struggling to communicate a little bit today. So, but with that said, I think that is where I'm going to leave this part of your reading. We're going to get into your future spouse's first impressions of you. So let's get into it. All right, pile 4. So we're going to start with your oracle cards. And the first one that we have is the Grasshopper Spirit, which says, take a leap of faith. And it is number 30, which could be saying that the 30th of the month, whatever month we're talking about here, might be so like towards the end of whatever month you meet your person might be a significant number. The number 3 also associated with the Empress. It is associated with faith, positivity, creative expression, and the divine feminine. And it does say take a leap of faith. So something that just came to mind is you might be doing something really fun that involves like taking a physical leap of faith, such as those outdoor obstacle courses that are like in the trees, that are like where you have like a harness on and you need to leap from one platform to another. That's what I just saw in my head. So maybe that's maybe doing an obstacle course of some kind. There might be like trust exercises, or like I'm seeing somebody falling back into someone else's arms, that kind of thing. So maybe, honestly, maybe like a work retreat. You might meet your future spouse through work, if that resonates for you, because they do spend a lot of time at work. That is where they feel the most confident and comfortable right now. But I think that they see you as somebody who is like the way I would typically read this card is that somebody who has a lot of faith, and faith in the divine and a spiritual connection. The way I'm being called to interpret this is your spouse's first impression of you is that you're a bit of a risk taker. That's what's coming through. That's an intuitive message that's coming through. And, you know, whether you would say that about yourself or not, for whatever reason, that's something that your future spouse is seeing in you the first time that they meet you, is maybe you've taken a bit of a risk, being a little bit adventurous in whatever you're doing, which again might be a reason why I'm seeing like an obstacle course or something like that. But it might be like another fun outdoor activity. Maybe there might be like cliff diving or something like that. Something along those veins is what is coming into my head. And it's a grasshopper, and grasshoppers, they leap, they jump. You know, it's to take a leap of faith. And again, like the way I would typically read that is, you know, your spouse's first impression of you is based in your faith. Which could be true. You might have like a symbol of faith. You might have a tattoo or a piece of jewelry or something on your clothing that is a symbol of your faith. It might be your faith in the divine, faith in God, faith in, it might be like a particular religious symbol that's important to you. It could be like your, a different spiritual symbol or a piece of crystal jewelry, or again, like a tattoo of some kind. That might be a symbol for you of your faith that they notice right away. But with the take a leap of faith, in terms of somebody's first impression of you, it's like that's giving me risk taker vibes. You know, like you're willing to do something for the fun of it, you know, and I think that that's something that is very much out of your future spouse's comfort zone. And I think they really like that about you immediately, is your willingness to do that, and it could be that you're also pushing yourself out of your comfort zone. And I think they really admire that, because they're interested in self-improvement. They're interested in growing and changing and learning, and you know, they're going through a process right now and they're doing the work, you know. And I think that the idea that you might also be pushing yourself out of your comfort zone or doing something that scares you a little bit, even just to have fun, you know, I think that they really like that about you right off the bat. And there is some heart chakra energy here with the green color on this card. So they might just have an innate impression that you have an open heart, that you're open-hearted. But take that however it resonates, because I think the stronger message that's coming through is it is about the leap of faith. Whether that's a literal leap or just doing something that scares you, doing something that's adventurous. That might be the context under which you meet your future spouse. Whoa, okay. I was not expecting to see this card. Okay, it says vampire, and it is the light attribute of the vampire archetype, and it says, makes you aware that someone or something is draining your life force. And I'm not going to say that I think that your future spouse immediately is going to be like, pile 4 is an energy vampire, because I don't think that's true. I know, first of all, it's the light attributes of this card. And then secondly, the way that it's phrased makes it seem like they have some opportunity to witness you identifying somebody else as an energy vampire. It might come up in conversation, or you might have, like, be talking, you might strike up a conversation with your future spouse and be talking even about something that's related to like introversion or extroversion, in terms of, you know, certain people draining your energy, and other people, you know, like for an introvert, doing a lot of like social activity can be very, very draining, you know, even when we're doing it with people that we really like, right? When we're around an energy vampire, it's extremely draining. And that might be something that that the two of you have in common, is that you respond to that in the same way. And like you both might be very sensitive to the effect that other people have on your energy level. And for some reason that might come up in conversation during one of your first conversations with your future spouse. That could be one of the reasons why we have this card here. Something else that's coming in is that if this is part of their first impression of you, you might this might not be a part of like your everyday aesthetic or everyday wardrobe, but on this particular day when you meet your future spouse, you might be dressed in black. You might be have like an outfit that is more of like a goth aesthetic or a witchy aesthetic. You might be wearing like a pentagram or something else that, like for you, it's a symbol of your spirituality, and your future spouse might, I know it says vampire, but it is something that, like the color on the card, and that it looks to me like the person on the card's like wrapped up in a big cloak that has embroidery on it, and it's giving me witchy vibes, and so I'm thinking that you might have a specific aesthetic. And again, it might not be part of your everyday wardrobe, but it might just be on this day you're feeling particularly witchy, and and you're dressing to match your mood, and that's when you meet your future spouse. And part of their first impression of you is that they like that aesthetic on you, and it's like it makes you stand out, I think. If that resonates for you, only take that if it resonates. It might not be a message for everybody, but again, there could be some way in which the topic of conversation comes up about energy drain, and being energized or de-energized in certain groups of people or around certain people. And it could also be something else that I just noticed. It says makes you aware that someone or something is draining your life force. So that could also be talking about you might have overcome a certain attachment. How do I want to put this? Once again, I'm having trouble communicating. I think that you and your future spouse might have a language barrier, or they might just be very precise with their words. Because there's been a lot of times when I've started a sentence and just abandoned it mid-sentence. I'm sure I edited a lot of it out, but I'll start a thought and then mid-thought I'm like, no, that's not right. It could be coming, if your future spouse is somebody who is very self-critical, the voice of their inner critic is very loud. That's something that's coming through, and that's why I'm feeling the need to edit myself a lot, which I don't usually do when I'm in the middle of a reading. So I wanted to express that again as maybe something that your future spouse is. If I'm channeling their energy, that's coming into today's reading. So I wanted to draw your attention to that again, as maybe a potential way to recognize them. They might be somebody who starts a sentence and then kind of abandons it mid-sentence, and might say something self-deprecating about it, and that might be a way to recognize this person if that resonates for you. Although they are working on that. I think they are working on their self-esteem. But sorry, something I was saying, something is draining your life force. So there might be, you might even be talking about like something lighthearted. It might not even be that serious. Oh, something else that just came to me, like vampire pop culture, like you might be watching a vampire movie, or talking about Twilight, or or The Lost Boys, or something. You might have like a favorite movie or genre, or maybe like a concept album that involves vampires, and or a book, or something. They might see you reading a book about vampire, or like a vampire romance novel. There's something related to vampires that might be like a clue as to the circumstances of you meeting your future spouse. So I totally interrupted myself to say that what I was thinking of when I was thinking about something that was draining your life force was maybe talking about scrolling through social media, like scrolling on Instagram or Reddit or TikTok for hours, and it not really being that fulfilling, even though it does give you a bit of a dopamine boost. It's like it's sometimes. And I've done this, we've all done this. It's like spending hours looking at my phone and then realizing that I didn't really get anything out of that. All it did was pass time, and so that might come up in conversation. And you might talk about that, and that might be something that both of you are trying to get away from or be more mindful of, and it might come out in conversation. So that was what I wanted to say. I know I gave a lot of interpretations for this card. Again, I feel like I'm rambling on, and and I just think that that your future spouse might have some communication blockages. So I don't know. Anyway. It says we have stay optimistic about your love life, which says positive thinking and faith will bring you romance. So I mean, right off the bat, that's telling me that your future spouse feels good about you. Their first impression of you is that, first of all, you might be optimistic. You might have an open heart, heart chakras coming through. And this could also be saying that with that ace energy, the Ace of Cups and the Ace of Pentacles that we were seeing for them, they might be into the power of positive thinking. They might be manifesting using faith with the Magician card, and they might be doing that and aware that when they're in that open, receptive energy, a new opportunity for a new relationship, a new commitment will come in towards them. And so that might be how they're approaching their initial meeting with you, as like, this could be the Ace of Cups, this could be the Ace of Pentacles that I'm looking for. And I think they're trying to stay open-minded to that, even if the voice of their inner critic might be whispering in their ear saying, like, no, you know, pile 4 doesn't like you like that, etc. I think they're trying to ignore the voice and stay optimistic. And I think that's ultimately a positive thing. Okay, and they feel good about you right off the bat, immediately. This could be the one. You've already met the romantic partner you seek. It tells me they feel really good about your connection right off the bat. I think that whatever you're talking about, however the vampire energy and the grasshopper leap of faith energy, however that comes into play during your first meeting with your future spouse, they really like you right off the bat. And that would confirm for me what I was just saying about the 2 aces in the previous part of the reading. Your future spouse immediately is going to think that there is potential between the two of you. And there is, because this is your future spouse. So, positive message there. Okay, and then, let me see if I have room here. Then we have let your friends help you, which says ask for and accept support from others. And that's very interesting because that's something that you're... Sorry, my cat is outside playing with the door stopper. I'm sorry if you can hear that. Anyway, so this ask for and accept support from others, that's something your future spouse is learning how to do. You know, I don't think they're great at accepting help because they always want to do everything for other people. But with the mentorship energy I was maybe picking up on with the Hierophant card, and they might have a mentor at work who might be becoming their friend and helping them. This might be saying that your future spouse is receiving guidance, and that is helping them keep a positive outlook, and it's helping them see the potential in a relationship between the two of you when they meet you, and not shut themselves down immediately. Because your future spouse might be the type of person who like pre-rejects themselves on your behalf, you know. And honestly, I've been guilty of doing this too until I started doing self-esteem work and thinking about, okay, well, what am I worth? Like, you know, it's not just other people evaluating me. You know, I'm also evaluating other people. You know, I have things that I deserve, right? And you know, and I deserve to be happy in a relationship. And so doing self-esteem work and things like that, I think, has been very helpful for your future spouse. I'm getting off on a tangent. Let your friends help you. I think they are accepting help from others. They might have an important influence in their life who is helping them open up to romantic relationships in a healthy way. And your friends might be with you when the two of you meet. Either like you might have a friend in common who introduces the two of you, or you might be in a social setting where the both of you have friends with you, and it might be like more of a group setting. And I think that it could be a situation where your friends group are like, oh my God, you know, pile 4 and pile 4's future spouse, like I never thought about them together, but they're perfect for each other. Let's encourage them to hang out. Or it could be something that just came to me was like your friends group kind of setting you up by like, yeah, let's all meet at this place at this time, and then it's only you and your future spouse who shows up because the rest of your friends bail on it because they want the two of you to spend the time together, if that makes sense. Like something kind of fun and funny like that. You know, that was something that I was seeing that might happen in your first impressions with your future spouse. And that can also be saying that they see that you have a large friends group or a very supportive friends group, and I think that they really like that too, because I think that might be something that they struggle with is making friends, or specifically making friends outside of the workplace. But that's what I'm seeing with the Oracle cards, and I am going to get into the Tarot cards. So All right, what can you tell me about Pile of Fours, future spouse's first impressions? Pile of Fours, future spouse's first impressions, Spirit. What can you tell me about Pile of Fours, future spouse's first? Okay. All right, so we have the Ten of Wands. Can you tell me about future spouse's first impressions of them? Whoa, okay. Okay. Okay, we have the Six of Wands. We have Strength. We have the Chariot. So I'll fix them up in a sec. Okay. Whoa, oh my goodness. Okay. A bunch of cards just flew out of the deck. 1 second. One of them fell on the floor. Okay, and then we have the Two of Pentacles and the Hermit. All right, I'm aware that they're crooked, but I did my best. They're slippery. So anyway, what's interesting here is we do have 3 major arcana. We have Strength, which is associated with Leo. We have the Chariot, which is associated with Cancer. And then we have the Hermit, which is associated with Virgo. And what's interesting is I think that in the Zodiac, it goes Cancer, Leo, Virgo in the, like the order of the signs. So that would be speaking to me about June through August. So over the summer. And that might be additional context for you about when you're going to meet your future spouse. It might be over the summer, if that resonates for you. And or you might be a Leo, Cancer, or Virgo. You might have those placements. If you don't worry about it, because this is just talking about energy. But, you know, the Virgo also we do have for your future spouses. One of their Astro Dice was also Virgo, so that might be something that that they recognize that there's a connection between the two of you in terms of maybe a focus on self-care or healing something or focusing on gaining insight in some way. So. Or if we were talking about people draining your energy, the Hermit is like big introvert energy. So that might resonate for you. Or even if it doesn't and you are more of an extrovert and you get your energy by being around other people, if this is your future spouse's first impression of you, it might be that you are more of an introverted energy and they might be a very introverted energy. And so, you know, that might be something that they think that the two of you have in common, regardless of how accurate that might be. But that just is something that I noticed with the Hermit card and wanted to say before I forgot. So we have the Ten of Wands, and it's interesting because we have the Ten of Wands and the Two of Pentacles. What that would tell me is, for some reason, part of your future spouse's first impression of you is that you have a lot on your plate. And with the Ten of Wands, they could be recognized. Again, this is kind of a reflected energy here. You might have recognized a lot of personality traits or like similarities between you and your future spouse when I was describing them in the first part of the reading, because there's lots of stuff here that I feel like might also apply to them. And in particular with the Ten of Wands, like that fully, yes. I could see that being relevant for your future spouse as well. I tend to, like, first of all, it has a positive message about ambition and capability, and almost like a congratulations from the universe for doing something that was incredibly hard. You've carried a tough burden a long way, and you did a great job. And it's the 10, it's the end of that cycle. But it can also carry a message about being burdened, feeling burdened, or taking on too much responsibility. And that is definitely related to what we were seeing about your future spouse. That's something that is a pattern of behavior in their life. And that might be something that the two of you talk about in your first meeting. And what's interesting is that with a lot of the piles today, we have gotten messages about like having a really deep conversation in the very first time you meet your future spouse. But it's really cool because I think that is speaking to like when your soul recognizes somebody, or when you meet somebody that you have a lot in common with, and it's just easy. Like talking about things that might be heavy subjects, heavy topics, just becomes easy, because it's like there's almost an element of destiny to it, you know, where it's like of course it's easy to talk to you. You're my soulmate. And that might be one of the reasons why your future spouse feels so positive about you the first time that they meet you. It's like that you might get to talking and realize that you have a lot in common. And you might have overcome this in your life, especially with the Strength, the Chariot, the Hermit cards, and even with this Two of Pentacles, that can talk about needing to balance a lot, or multitasking, or having a lot on your plate, but it's not necessarily an unhealthy energy. So there might have been a cycle in your life that this is the first card we have here, might have been a cycle that you've closed out where you were taking on too much or more than your share, and you've learned how to kind of rebalance it in a bit of a healthier way. So that might be something that you communicate about with your future spouse the first time you meet them, or part of their first impression of you, is that you have a past of doing this in common, and you might have overcome that along your spiritual journey, or you might still be working on it. It could be a this or that is true for you as well, you know, where there's still stuff that comes up and it's an opportunity to work through it. And then with the Six of Wands, this might be saying that, especially with the let your friends help you, this might be saying that, something that just came through, so I'm going to interrupt myself, I'm sorry, is that you might make your future spouse feel very validated with the Six of Wands. They might have had very few experiences with people who have had the same sorts of life experiences that they've had, who have the same sort of personality that they have. They might have felt very isolated in their life and not met a lot of people who were part of their soul tribe. And I think that, again, like, they just feel really validated being in your energy. I'm getting the sense that you do have a lot in common. But regardless, the Six of Wands can talk about, you might be around a friends group who really loves you and supports you when you meet your future spouse, and they can see that you are very much supported and recognized, and you're validated by your friends. You have that kind of beautiful relationship with your friends group. And if you feel like that's not necessarily true for you right now, there's a message that it will be when you meet your future spouse. Like, there's people around you who, or at least that's part of their first impression of you. Even if this friend, quote unquote, friends group is just people that you've just met, you know, you are surrounded by people who recognize you for your strengths, for your talents, and for the hard work you've been doing, however that resonates for you. And then with the Strength card, that's an interesting energy, especially in combination with the Chariot. It's an energy of confidence, and confidence without narcissism. Like confidence, like a healthy confidence, healthy self-esteem, and a faith. And take a leap of faith. It's this energy. It's feeling strong and safe and supported because you believe in yourself and you believe in your own ability to overcome any of life's obstacles, and because you have a sense of purpose with a Chariot. There's a sense of forward momentum because you know where you're going, even if you don't know your destination. If that makes sense. I don't know if that made sense at all, but it's at the very least, when your future spouse meets you, it seems to them like you know exactly what you're doing. You know who you are and you know where you're going. You have a plan. And I think they really like that because they're a planner. They like having plans. They like routines, they like structure, and they like plans. And so I think the fact that it seems like you know what you're doing is very attractive to your future spouse, even if you feel like that's not the case. That's part of their first impression of you, is like, you have a certain level of confidence and a certain sense of purpose, and they really, really admire that about you, and they really like that about you. I think they find that very attractive. And then with the Two of Coins, the Two of Pentacles, that could be saying that it could be a message about, like, again, about the circumstances, especially if you're around a group of people, and especially if it's a friends group. It might be the case that you know, you and your future spouse don't get to spend a lot of time together after you first meet, just because you have a lot going on. You know, you might be busy at your job and have like a lot of social obligations, but in like a healthy and balanced way, because we're moving away from this Ten of Wands and towards the Strength and the Chariot, so that could just be, again, like a little bit of context for the time period in which you're going to meet your future spouse might be when you have a lot of other things going on. It might be, if you've been trying to manifest this relationship, it might be that all of your manifestations are coming in at once, and it's just like a little bit overwhelming. But that might give your future spouse the impression that you are very busy. Which is not a bad thing. It's just a kind of a simple message there, and it could be that you have learned how to balance the different responsibilities in your life, and I think they really admire that. And then with the Hermit card, I think again it could just be confirmation of what I was saying about the two of you might both be introverted, or maybe even like a mix, you know, like you might be very outgoing and have a big friends group, and you still need downtime to recharge your energy, which is normal. Or you might recharge your energy by being around other people, but you're still very independent, which is also normal. You know, so you would just take that however it resonates for you. The Hermit also talks about wisdom. It's about like gaining insight through soul searching and taking the time to investigate your feelings and your motives and your needs, and that is something that your future spouse is currently doing with the Two of Swords, and they're part of the reading. And I think that they see you as somebody who maybe has more wisdom on the topic than they do, and it might be that they see you as somebody who can help provide them a little bit of guidance in terms of how to work through some of the things that they're going through, and especially if it's related to this Ten of Wands, if that is something that the two of you have in common, a tendency to take on more than your share or to be hyper responsible, and if that is something that you have been learning how to overcome, I think that your future spouse is going to be very impressed by that, and might be like, oh, I can ask Pile 4 for some guidance. That might be a way that I can keep in contact with Pile 4, and like a way to kind of break the ice and keep the conversation going, and because they do have romantic feelings for you right away. They see romantic potential between you right away, even if you know, if things don't become romantic immediately. I think that they would see that about you right away. So that's what I'm seeing in this part of your reading, Pile 4. If you're interested in the extended reading, we will be taking a deeper look at your relationship and getting some information about your wedding day. So if you're interested in that, the link will be in the description. Thank you very much for watching. If you like this video, please feel free to give it a like. Please comment down below and let me know how this resonated for you. If you like my channel and you want to see more from me, you can feel free to subscribe. And with that said, thank you again very much for watching Pile 4, and I do hope to see you in my next video.